those are the ones I would like to make more sure that nobody misses who is who and what their achievements are. So that gives them a lot of authority for speaking in this particular forum. So Olivia, we have the speakers order. We're going to start.
Yes, thank you very much, Alejandro. Olivier Crépin-Leblanc speaking, and welcome everyone. I'm the chair of the Dynamic Coalition on Core Internet Values, and I was just going to give you a brief background of the coalition and of what we mean by core internet values. The coalition has been in place for more than 10 years, and what we focus on are what some call the internet invariants, the values by which, or technical values by which the internet was built and is based on. There are a number of them. I can go through them briefly. The first is that the internet is a global medium, open to all, regardless of geography or nationality. It's interoperable because it's a network of networks, effectively. It doesn't rely on a single type of underlying technology, whether at the physical or the application level. There's a mix of technologies that all work together with just this one basic TCP/IP transport technology that makes them all compatible with each other. It's an open network, as a network of networks. Any service, application, or type of data, voice, video, data, and so on is available and can freely transfer across the net. It's free of any centralized control. The only supposed control is the domain naming system, which provides a single translation system between domain names and IP addresses, and that's of course needed. It's by design. It's end-to-end, so traffic can go from one end of the network to the other end of the network unhindered. It's user-centric, and the users have fully control over what they send and receive, and it's robust and it's reliable. Now, these were the values as they started. You might now raise your eyebrows and think, well, wait a minute, it really isn't so much like this these days. And yes, it has changed over time, and the coalition has been tracking this and has been looking at the changes that we've seen from year to year. It has also in the past looked at perhaps other values that needed to be added on this. And one of them was a couple of years ago, a discussion on the freedom from harm, which was a concept brought forth by
You went muted, Olivier.
Yeah, strangely enough, the host has muted me. I don't know who is the host, but so I was saying, yes, it started. So in 2017, the coalition put together a discussion paper focusing on freedom from harm. FinSurf had brought this concept forward, and it was found that yes, this could be an additional core value, as we have seen in recent times the rise of criminal use of the internet and harm brought to internet users for the use of the internet. So it's quite a number of loose definitions and so on. And as Alejandro mentioned, we have also focused on IoT technologies, especially on the side of standards evolution, since the Internet of Things is bringing a swarm of new regulations and so on, and some because there's concern about what IoT devices can do, and certainly the aspects of IoT devices when it comes to privacy and the potential harm that it could bring to end users that have these devices at home. And so the discussion we had at the Eurodig and Day Zero Eurodig session was focusing on this, and I invite you to watch that. You go into the Eurodig, and it's the Thursday consolidated program. Eurodig being the European IGF, IoT technologies and standard evolution and their impact on core internet values. So we've done a lot of that. Now today we are following on what we had discussed in the past, and that's of course the follow-up with regards to the COVID-19 impacts that we've seen on core internet values, where the world is changing. It's changing very fast, and everyone says, well, we're living in a new world, post-COVID, pre-COVID. we're not even post-COVID yet, and so many changes are happening. And certainly there's a rise of a lot of potential regulation, which is in some way required, but in some ways might be overreaching. And I hope that we'll be able to first see what the impacts are on the internet and on co-internet values this year, and then see really what the problems are as well, and what we might need to address as a community in the future. I think I've said enough, and we've got a fantastic panel, so I'm really pleased to see that. And over back to you, Alejandro, and or perhaps should I just hand the baton over directly over to Olga Makarova, who was last year with us. She's from Mobile Telesystems, and she a Russian telecommunication company, and she has some interesting data and details about the level of the impact of COVID-19 on the internet and on their networks. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I share my screen?
So Olga, you have to share your screen. So you click on share screen, and you share your slide deck, and then you're in full control.
Is it okay? Can you see my slide?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Thank you. I started. Thank you. Hello. Last year we tried to find some connection between the growth of internet traffic and the curve based on the Kubert-Ross model. At that time, we were far from understanding when the stage of accepting changes would come. Fortunately, this year the situation has changed dramatically. They see the normal consumption of internet traffic. So the pandemic has become our new normal, and the internet has helped us to accept it. But the controversy over the internet vulnerability has escalated sharply. This article about the BGP hijacking by a Russian telco appeared in April 2020. This happened in the early months of the pandemic, when all Russian telcos were looking for a way to make the internet stable for their customers. It was just the mistake of people who work incredibly hard. They made the mistake by accident when they were modifying the routing tables. We're all people, but not machines, and of course not gods. We can be mistaken. The article is rather sharp, but it emphasized some important points. When the internet was born, it was basically a club of friends who did not need security based on trust between devices and people. As of February 2020, there were more than 94,000 autonomous systems allocated. We are about to hit 1 million roads. According to Cisco, there will be about 300 billion mobile apps downloaded by 2023. But the number of DDoS attacks will double by 2023. There was phishing, speed phishing, spoofing, farming, illegal content, as well as social media, via artificial intelligence, cloud computing, edge computing have become part of our lives. The era of unconditional trust on the internet is over. We need to start moving from trust to authorization. The question is, which way? American scholar.
Olga, just jumping in, sorry, but it seems your slides are not moving forward, so I don't know whether are you flicking through the slides at the moment, because we're still stuck on the first page.
Sorry, just a moment, okay. Где? Посмотри, зайди сюда. Just a moment, Mai. Нет, понимаешь.
Maybe you need to go in presentation.
Yes.
Остановить демонстрацию. Дальше опять демонстрация экрана. И вот этот вот экран. Не два раза.
Okay. Okay.
Yes, now it's working.
Yes. The curve of traffic growth. Yes. The article about the BGP hijacking. Yes. We are about to hit 1 million roles. And this is Cisco figures. Okay? Okay. American scholars Chris Demchik and Peter Dombrowski promote the idea that national borders in cyberspace are technologically possible, psychologically comfortable, and politically manageable. In her later work, Chris gives a new idea for cyber resilience alliance because Western state will no longer dominate in global internet. This work is fiercely controversial, but now we see that many states have started moving in this direction, filtering internet traffic and demanding to weaken the encryption. Could this path be right? Let's take a look at another opinion. South Korean scholar Gus Swander backs the opposite opinion. South Korea has restricted anonymity, content, access to foreign sites, and e-commerce activity to support the centralized security function and social integrity of its cyberspace. However, such activities have limited the commercial potential of South Korean internet. Gus suggests that this strategy likely led to increase in identity theft of South Korean citizens and made the South Korean system more vulnerable to attack. It is impossible to solve a problem in one country relying only on local laws when the problem is global, for example, as BGP hijacking. The global tech community has been trying for a long time to solve the problem of BGP hijacking with the resource public key infrastructure, but no one has been hurried to implement it. Probably the pandemic has started the process. Anyway, a few months earlier, we started receiving messages from our partners about their intention to enhance routing security with RPKI, and we joined this process to prevent traffic drops. Many participants from different countries have done the same. This is a good example of successful move from trust to authorization backed by stakeholders. Unfortunately, not all problems can be solved this way. But the idea of building the internet cyber Westphalian system does not look completely right. So it looks like we need to find another way. Could the GDPR, with its approaches and its success, look at the slide, form the basis for a future internet regulatory framework? Today, the GDPR only protects the personal data of European citizens. Following the GDPR logic, each country must approve its own GDPR. What will happen if all states, including, for example, China, Indonesia, India, and others, adopt their own GDPRs? Could the treaties and convention become the foundation for a future internet regulatory framework? For example, we have the Outer Space Treaty. And nowadays, the internet is huge and complex like space. Of course, it might be incredibly difficult and long work, but what else? I'd like to end up my short report with the words of Sharon Gillett and Mitchell Kakor. Interoperability is like Tinkerbell. It only works if everyone believes in it. Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you very much.
Thank
you for your presentation.
I am afraid.
Hello.
Are we taking...
Welcome. You really sound welcome. I would just like to thank you very much personally for joining, and I would like to commend your excellent, extraordinary book on standards development.
Thank you.
You and your co-authors really made a very, very great contribution. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you very much for inviting me. I'm very glad to be here. Shall I just go ahead and share my screen and start the presentation right away, or are we? Yes, okay.
I think yes, please.
Okay. Okay, thank you for being here. My presentation mainly relates to the core principles of openness and also interoperability. And I'd just like to draw your attention to some of the things that are happening. As Olivier mentioned, things are moving very, very quickly. And there's been a recent greater state cooperation overseeing standard setting, in particular in the area of emerging technologies. And interestingly, however, this has really gone hand in hand with a move towards data sovereignty. So where can we see these efforts? Most of this can be found in trade agreements with increasing cooperation between the United States and the EU. DG Connect and NIST have been intensifying cooperation in cybersecurity in particular, in consideration of standards and certification schemes and mutual recognition. Under the US-EU trade negotiations, we see a number of areas of regulatory cooperation. In 2019, 3 areas were agreed in 3D printing, robotics, and connected vehicles. This was widened in 2020 to mutual recognition of results of conformity assessment that has to do with standards. And then we saw a move to accelerating the recognition of international standards for e-commerce. Also, towards the end of 2020, the European Commission and High Representative of the Union for Foreign Affairs and Security Policy agreed to develop compatible standards and promote innovation in targeting areas of online platforms, big data, 5G, and an AI agreement and cross-border data flows. So we see particularly increasing cooperation, not only during initially the Trump administration, but also Biden. So there has been a cross-party agreement over transatlantic cooperation. Most interestingly, also, we saw strengthening of US-EU relations in 2021 with participation of the US Secretary of State Blinken in the EU meeting of the Foreign Affairs Council in February, which was a really interesting development, never has happened before. And then in the June 21 summit, the EU-US summit, which discussed technological cooperation, the creation of a high-level trade and technology council. This went hand in hand also with a joint technology competition policy dialogue and plans to launch a dialogue on security and defense. So you see a lot of this cooperation in the area of defense and cybersecurity, of course. The High-Level Trade and Technology Council established 9 different working groups, which you can see here. And these covered cooperation on technology standards, supply chain security, which is where we see a lot of data security and data sovereignty coming to the fore, ECT, security and competitiveness, data governance, and technology platforms, amongst others. So where can we see evidence of the development of recognition of core principles in parallel, and how can we participate and shine a light, create more transparency in these developments? At the EU level, we have reference to principles of the public interest and human rights being integrated into the 212 regulation on European standardization, codes of ethics, and the 219 AI proposal. As I stated, this goes hand in hand with the drive for data sovereignty. The 219 Cybersecurity Act, which strives to harmonize certification and standards and supply chains, amongst other things, requests that an ESA move to closer cooperation with universities and research entities, but in order to, I quote, contribute to reducing dependence on cybersecurity products and services from outside the Union. We also see a push for conformity in EU standards within the AI proposal, which came out this year. At the global level, as many authors have pointed out, there's a potential for incorporation of core values in standard setting based upon principles set out in a number of organizations, notably the IGF, but also more formalized fora like the ISO and WTO. But there's very little evidence of reference to these principles in day-to-day decision-making on the ground. Certainly, there hasn't been any mention of the IGF's Internet Governance Forums Dynamic Coalition on Internet Rights and Principles. However, we do see further development at the UN level within other fora and also beyond the UN. The WEF's Global Future Council on Human Rights has a key strand on technology and technology's impact on human rights. The OECD has developed guidelines for due diligence for responsible business conduct as a part of its human rights theme. And also the WEF has been initiating a global standards mapping initiative, talking about shining a light and where digital rights groups and third sector groups can maybe get involved and be aware of current developments. But how can we translate these developments into day-to-day decision-making? The integration of core values and principles in standard setting has always been very challenging, but now we have more tools at our disposal than ever before. The most effective methods to date has been the integration of third sector scrutiny into decision-making, particularly if you look at voluntary SDO standards making, the funding of third sector involvement is important. The recognition of core principles within decision-making across the board has been important as well. And yes, how to integrate third sector groups and kind of wider groups into not overseeing decision-making, but inputting in decision-making and also making decision-making more transparent and understandable to wider audiences. I think, however, one issue which is really truly coming to the fore is this digital sovereignty issue, which is one to watch. So I would say use these international tools in shining a light in day-to-day decision-making. That's all I would like to say. Thank you very much. Okay, that's the end of my presentation.
Thank you. That's wonderful. There's so much in there. So for now, we'll move on to our next speaker, who will be Bob Frankston. Younger people don't always know who Bob Frankston is. He produced the first electronic spreadsheet, which was physical, which was the first killer app for the PC. Years later, he was in charge of home networking at Microsoft, and that's only the start of his achievements. And he also has very sharp and global views on what the internet is and should be, and it shouldn't be. So forward, Bob. Welcome. Thanks for joining.
Okay, it's a little my background. I've been online since 1966, and learned about the basic design principles of the internet before there was an internet. And a lot of it is counterintuitive. And some irony here is that we assume Zoom can work. We assume there's huge capacity for Zoom, but that's only because of the system architecture in which we didn't try to solve all the problems at once. And I don't know how many of you are familiar with the term best efforts, the underlying mechanisms that sort of allow for the internet evolution and why it created capacity. The main thing is that it decouples the infrastructure from what we do with it. And I worry about proposals which try to tie all these things together into one lump. And I see 5G as the perfect anti-internet. that basically from the industry that was unable to make video a product for half a century. So the goals are very laudable, but each one needs to be addressed on its own terms without tying them all together. And the current internet I still see as a prototype. It's even more so for the Internet of Things, which goes back, we're about at the stage where the Apple II was in terms of personal computing. And we don't understand enough to regulate it, especially since if I get rid of my background here, choose the virtual background, let me just shut it off for 1 second. You can see I build things. So I try to understand why this works. There's one essay I wrote that explains the reason we have this capacity is that we decoupled sort of the mechanisms for the infrastructure from what we do with it. And part of this is understanding what do we mean by the term the internet. It seems as if I use a comparison of the blind man trying to understand what an elephant is, that the internet I see as, I used to think the internet was a good term for all we've done. But in fact, the internet is sort of a use case for something larger, that the set of protocols and everything we call the internet are basically one way to use best efforts connectivity, but it's still a prototype. The DNS has fatal problems in that it tries to be a trademark system and tries to be a directory and tries to be linkages. And those have to be separated out. Concepts, I look at 6F like identity and things. Those are basically applications. And one of the big points about how the internet works is that we don't try to solve application problems in the network. And that's really where it became decoupled from the earlier telecommunications networks. They had a big interoperability problem. If I had one video standard at one end, another at the other end, the network had to make them work together. The internet, we don't try to solve the problems inside the network, but make them application problems. But at this point, though, the term internet adds confusion, but people think of the internet as Facebook, as the web, as the applications. And we need to be able to talk about this using different terminology, so don't try to solve all the problems at once. I mean, I could spend a lot of time, I'm looking at my notes, trying to explain each of these things in detail. But the challenge is, how do we solve these social problems, societal problems, without breaking the basic underlying mechanism of interconnectivity? Interoperability, for example, means the ability to exchange packets is, the reason we have the packet level interoperability is because we're not trying to do, as I said, application level interoperability. That's external. So I can go on, but I think the main point is the goals of 6F are laudable, but they each have to be taken on their own merit. And we need to be able to talk about, without using the term the internet, which basically is a meaningless term at this point because people have so many different definitions of it, and talk about each of them on their own merits and as separate social issues, not as technical issues. Well, they're technical issues. We have to talk about the technology separate from the social. So I won't go on, but.
I think this gives a first start of the picture, and we'll hear more for sure.
Yes.
So our next speaker, Gregory Name from the UK, on some very interesting stuff you've been studying in detail. Looking forward to your intervention.
Okay, Alejandro, thank you very much. Hello, everyone. Last year, this coalition supported a statement on excessive controls. We singled out practices we find problematic in terms of core values, including internet shutdowns, suppression of political dissent and fragmentation, etc. Well, little has changed. We perhaps can have a look at what governments are doing now. Number one, shutdowns. We know that around 30 countries resorted to internet shutdowns last year, including in Europe. This is not a trend that is diminishing, so much that now even the United Nations Human Rights Council is looking into it. Number two, political suppression. We continue to see the implementation of national security laws that regard political dissent as terrorism and restrict freedom of expression on the internet. Number three, encryption and privacy. There have been calls to weaken encryption to tackle cybercrime, including terrorism and child abuse. One example is the draft online safety bill in the UK. Accordingly, social media platforms will have a duty of care towards users, an obligation to limit illegal content and or content deemed legal but harmful. It's likely that they will be required to scan the contents of your private messages for legal but harmful content and for illegal content. And the only way to achieve this is to break encryption. We know that there have been calls within government to treat end-to-end encryption as a breach of the duty of care. The effect on political activism and investigative journalism will be detrimental. Weakening encryption will allow also private legal content to be scrutinized, also legal content. To quote from the Open Right group, there will no longer be any such thing as personal communications. Everything we say, no matter how private, will be fair game under the bill. Only email and SMS services are exempted, and these are typically insecure in any case. End of quotation. As an additional problem, this is an approach that makes security look like a binary choice between favoring the rights of this or that group in society. This is dangerous. Number four, fragmentation. There is a trend towards a fragmentation of the internet, as we've just heard, into different international groups of legal standards and regulatory practices. In some countries, we have the creation of a national internet. Other countries are suggesting to force, among other things, DNS services to meet some reporting and security requirements that will put a further burden into their operation. A recent example is the European Directive on Network and Information Security, NIS2. To quote from a statement of the Internet Society, this approach risks the creation of multiple layers of accountability and clashing obligations, threatening the autonomy of DNS services and resilience of the Internet. End of quotation. There is a risk of even further fragmentation if more countries decide to come up with similar regulations. Fragmentation is already happening. What we don't know yet is how far it will go. This is a brief outlook on what governments are doing in terms of problematic behaviors. We may call shutdowns, political suppression, weakening of privacy and fragmentation the principal trends and challenges we are facing at the moment. We have difficult times ahead. These are global challenges. For a long time, the belief was that they could be tackled by voluntary action based on best practices. But the reality is that obviously many governments now clearly disagree. But this doesn't mean that every country should go its way. And before every government tries to reinvent the internet, the lesser evil would be at least to consider acting together, also through the power of international treaties. Among other things, as it has been pointed out, we need more cooperation on cyber security, more than private, more than solo national actions. And with this brief introduction, my talk shall give the virtual floor to the next speaker. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Craig. In your next round, we will ask you for very specific things going on, like the European regulations. Okay. But we're moving on right now to our next speaker. Sorry, I lost sight. This would be Jutta Kroll.
Yes, thank you, Alessandra, for giving me the floor and the opportunity to respond to what has already been said. As you can see from my virtual background, I'm a children's rights advocate, and I'm speaking here on behalf of the Dynamic Coalition on Children's Rights in the Digital Environment, formerly known as the Dynamic Coalition on Child Online Safety. I've already heard some references from Alison to the ISO, that they are asking for respect for human rights, and also that she quoted standards should be consistent with the EU Charter on Human Rights. And the EU Charter on Human Rights, Article 24, paragraph 2, as well as the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child, Article 3, paragraph 1, asked for the best interest of the child to be a primary consideration in all actions taken by public authorities or private institutions. And we assume that this priority based on human rights is a precondition to any regulatory approach. And also, I need to underline that the Dynamic Coalition on Children's Rights in the Digital Environment does not see a contradiction between privacy and the protection of children. I can refer to an example from Germany, where I'm coming from, where child protection is covered by the Constitution to the effect that the individual human right to privacy cannot overrule the protection of children, this making a balance of human rights mandatory. And this is only one example that I can refer to. In this sense, the Dynamic Coalition is not categorically opposed to encryption or privacy, but we cannot allow this to provide impunity for people who abuse and exploit children. We stand for a balance of child protection and privacy, and we believe that this balance is possible to achieve. We've recently seen an attempt by a new child safety policy announced by Apple some weeks ago. And this new policy is comprising 3 different measures, including a technical solution to ensure device-side detection of child sexual abuse material prior to upload to iCloud. What is really significant is that the policy demonstrates the possibility for combining technology and policy to offer enhanced privacy and child protection. We've also, as a Dynamic Coalition, welcomed the recent announcement by Facebook that they are postponing the rollout of default end-to-end encryption across all messaging services. And we see that this is indicating that the company is looking at technical solutions that can ensure both child protection and privacy. And let me finally refer to some research that ECPAT, who is coordinating the Dynamic Coalition on Children's Rights in the Digital Environment, has carried out in 8 EU member states, largely because they felt that the public voice in regard of privacy was not heard in the debate. Across the political spectrum of the EU, with France, Germany, Hungary, Italy, the Netherlands, Poland, Sweden, and Spain, the results were quite striking, with 76 of respondents being willing to give up some of their personal privacy. And I explicitly say some of their personal privacy online to allow for automatic technology tools to scan and detect images of child sexual abuse and detect other forms of sexual exploitation of children. Coming to an end, I just would like to stress that we do see the necessity to give this sorry, I've lost my word, to give the best interest of the child a primary consideration in actions in this regard. And we do believe that it's possible technologically to bring both things together. It's not a contradiction between privacy and protection. Also, privacy is a right to children as well. So we strengthen the rights to privacy in this dynamic coalition, but we definitely ask for a consideration of the best interests of the child in any decision taking. Thank you for listening to me, and thank you for inviting me to speak. We think that it's very important that dynamic coalitions collaborate and come across lines that might divide their work. Thank you.
Thank you, Jutta. This was brilliant and very useful. I'm very glad to see that we're getting pretty sharp issues discussed instead of the more vague ways these discussions sometimes go. We'll have a chance to have more of an exchange. But this has been extremely useful, and I'm very thankful. So our next speaker, I hope I'm not wrong, would be Desiree Milosevic.
Yes, hello, I'm Alejandro, and I hope you can
Hi, dear.
all hear me. I wanted to share some slides, but the host disabled participant screen sharing. If that could be fixed, I would appreciate that. Okay, thank you very much. It seems it's working. So in order to introduce this topic, I hope everyone can see the slides.
Yes, you can. Yes, they are there.
You can. Okay, fine. So the topic that I would like to introduce is the working group and the paper, Human-Centered Digital Governance. And to give you some background of how it started, as you know, Paul Toomey was supposed to speak about this. And as a member of a group, he asked me to present some of our concepts and thinking here today. So the idea really came while the pandemic was starting, and came from Professor Dennis Snower and Paul Toomey, worrying about the surveillance capitalism and how this is really affecting and undermining Western values that are several hundred years old. And therefore, it's been decided to focus on this issue and what could be done in order to change, what could be done in terms of policy, what could be done in terms of thinking and new concepts to solve this issue. And the answer is the human-centered digital governance, which comes up mainly with one issue and a problem, and that is of the this implied trade and misalignment of internet users using digital services and suppliers that are providing digital services. So we know that today users pay with personal data. They are collected either for a limited or underpriced value. So the group has been thinking about the central flaw in this whole complex system. And it has found out that probably not just the unclear terms without an informed consent is an issue, but these are actually the third-party digital barters, which are invisible in the digital economy, which are quite obvious in the, let's say, traditional economic channels. So the further thinking was that to that this problem is causing a lot of issues, and it's not only threatening the economic market system, but it also weakens users or mental health, and it erodes the appreciation of objective truth, and the list is long. However, the central challenge of digital governance that this working group included is that we need to find ways of how to use the technology benefits we have today, but we have to make these digital regimes human-centered. And the work and the thinking of the group is that it relies very much alongside some of the European policymakers' thinking, and that some of the solutions lie with the EU GDPR. So we have come up with some policy guidelines that are based on 3 concepts, and I'll go a little bit more further what these concepts are: that there should be an official data, the so-called privy data, and the collective data. And the official data is something that should be verified by a third party. It could be government data, but it is really your data that is, let's say, date of birth and name and so on, that is confirmed by an official body. But this official data must receive official authentication, and that should be the only legal source of that data. And in order for the whole system to work, the individuals or the users must have the control and use of the official data. And that is not an easy step, because we need to build supporting institutions and also supporting tools in this environment. And then the second concept is that the privy data has 2 steps, and it would be interesting to get a feedback as well as to granularity of this thinking, whether these 3 layers are enough. The privy data is a data subject data, the user's data, and it's the only legal source of the so-called, what we say, first-party data. And this is something that you generate as a user. It could be blog, it could be posting, it could be something that comes from you. And then the individuals need to have this genuine control of the first party data. And then the second party P data or privy data is something that is generated about the data subjects, such as location, mobile services, and so on. And that collection and the purposes and consequences of second party P data, they should be transparent to data subject, which is currently not the case. Then thirdly, the proposal is to come up with the collective data. And there are a couple of proposals what to do with the collective data. We need to create legal structures to support the establishment of data commons, the so-called C data, and we need to ensure that C data are under control of trustworthy and competitive organizations that would then promote benefits of data subjects and the broader society. With that, of course, we also thought that we need to include the Elinor Ostrom's 8 core design principles. Perhaps this number 4 here, I hope that everyone's familiar with them. But number 4 says user behavior should be monitored. I think that relates to anthropologists, because not necessarily in this case as to the monitoring of official data, privy data, and collective data. And I'll stop here just to say that this is a very new concept that is trying to solve a lot of things that we see is wrong in the digital regimes, and that the official data and the privy data need to create new markets, and they would create new price systems with that generate incentives for data provision. And we think that this new classification of data and the supporting organization institutions will then be able to address some of these digital asymmetries of this, what we call digital husbandry, or the third-party advertisers that are there to provide you services, or whether it's a state or non-state actor or influencers where the data is really misaligned with the interest of the users and the consent is not as clear. So really this is like to introduce this idea of data commons and how we could eliminate the third-party finance digital barter so that we will create a new market and that we ensure there is a consumer protection there as well, and possibly implement a wider set of digital taxation schemes that would be more visible, so that the economic channels are also easier to maintain. So I know this is a lot to take in, but I'll stop here and would welcome some also questions or comments. Thank you.
Thank you. This is a very bold, overarching proposal. I've been able to see some of the drafts. I'm still not able to come to grips with the whole of them because there's so much in them.
Yes, you
economics. There's economics. There's politics. There's a very, very serious piece of goodwill towards citizens, and it really merits more discussion and study. And thanks for bringing it here, because one of the challenges a scheme as big as ambitious as this one will face is, of course, working with the internet, scaling, crossing borders, and so forth, reducing or amplifying friction, whatever you need for these purposes. So it's great to have you here and hear this, and please say hi to Paul, who was last minute unable to join. So, Olivier.
Yeah, thank you very much, Alejandro. Olivier Clapin-Blanc speaking. I guess we're now reaching the Q&A or the discussion part of our session, which is usually the most exciting one. It usually starts a bit slowly, and then suddenly things start moving in place. So, of course, everyone is encouraged to comment or ask questions from the other panelists, all the people that are present, but of course the people both in the room in Katowice and the people online. I also noticed that there were some people watching on YouTube, so if you want to ask questions from there or comment from there, you're going to have to go onto the Zoom connection. Unfortunately, there's no way to ask or to participate in two ways directly from the YouTube streaming. And I know there's also some people watching this on the Vimeo streaming, which Jolie is doing, the ISOC Internet Society streaming. There's quite a few channels here. I have a couple of questions to ask from a couple of panelists, but yeah, if you want to ask questions, of course, either ask them in the chat or comment in the chat, or you can also go and put your hand up, raise your hand, and I guess we'll be able to give you the floor. I have a couple of questions. One was for Jutta, and it was to do with the technology that she mentioned, scanning the spaces, private spaces for child sexual abuse material. The question I had for her was, what safeguards do we have that it doesn't get misused by governments and it doesn't get misused by criminals? Because if the technology exists, obviously, criminals are very good at using it.
Yeah, thank you for the question. A very, very difficult one, of course, because like always, once we have a technology, we always have to face that the technology can be misused in certain ways. I'm not a technician, so I cannot provide for a technological solution how to avoid that misuse of a certain technology. What I can stress is that the safety policy announced by Apple comprised of 3 different measures. So what they are trying to do is to bring certain different instruments together to make it as safe as possible and as efficient as possible. So that means efficient in a way that child sexual abuse material can be detected on the one hand, but that the technology should not be abused in a way that, like you have said. And of course, we do not talk only about criminals, bad actors in a criminal way, but obviously also there is a possibility that governments might misuse as well such a technology. But we do see that privacy and protection of human rights in general and the protection of children as part of human rights, these are two sides of the same coin. It's not a contradiction. We need to bring it together.
Okay, thanks, Jutta. I'll go through the questions I have, not just for you, of course, for a couple of other panelists as well, and then we'll hand the floor to Shiva, who has put his hand up. But the next question I had was for Desiree, and she mentioned the one point, which was the collection and consequences of second-party P data should be transparent to the data subject. The P data, I understand, is the private data, and so the whole idea is that if a company has data about you or even derived data about you, then it should be transparent to you. Now, I know that in Europe, in some parts of the world, there is legislation where you can actually ask a company what data they hold about you, and they have under the law they have to give you the information that they have about you. But they don't seem to have this. Well, they can certainly withhold any data they have derived about you. If they've several sources and made up their own mind about who you are, that is proprietary for many of them. Aren't you effectively basically killing because a lot of the internet works on that, aren't you killing the internet model, which is about collecting information about people and marketing that?
Well, thank you, Olivier, for that question. You mentioned that there are some legal instruments already where the data subjects get information about how institutions or others use data about them, like the Freedom of Information Act, that you can request from public authorities to give you information what they hold about you as a data subject. But I think what you are asking is, aren't we killing the current golden goose of the internet, which is the advertising business, and which is all done in a very intransparent way and on sacrificing data subjects because with all these other things that I've mentioned as bad consequences for the internet users. So we are suggesting new ways, and that is, the use of data commons that could be reused to create new markets and new economic channels and new ways of using the same data, but with the transparency of how the data is used. So that is really the idea here. Yes, replacing the current way how it works, which will take a lot of effort. And a lot of support, and also, as I said, creation of new institutions that would hold data commons and that would also look after the privy data, and that the privy data has, the data subject has the information of how the data is eventually used. I hope that answers your question.
Thanks, Desiree. Let's go to the queue. So let's see, Shiva Subramanian.
Thank you, Olivier. This is to Jutta, and she was talking about child sexual abuse and child pornography, children's rights, and these are really serious issues, and that issues that merit attention. But in the internet context, when these issues are repeatedly talked about, when you talk about children's rights, child sexual abuse, child pornography, not only opens the gates to legislation, it kind of opens the floodgates to legislation, and a lot of harmful legislation comes in the way. And particularly during the last 2 years, we have had COVID, which also is an issue that merited a lot of legislative attention. But don't you think we should solve these problems and get back to anchor the internet on core internet values?
Shall I respond directly?
Yep.
Yeah, of course. Okay.
Go ahead, of course.
Yes.
Please. Of course.
Thank you, Shiva, for that question. Maybe you've seen that we had a main session yesterday on emerging regulation, and that had also beforehand in November a prep session to discuss emerging regulation. And one of the messages from these two sessions is that we've seen a decade of I would say deregulation, non-regulation, self-regulation for the internet. And that was fair enough. It was necessary to liberate free market forces. But on the other hand, we've already seen a rise of criminal activities in all areas. And that is not only regards child sexual abuse material. We have criminal activities all around the internet. And as mentioned before, bad actors are very quick in taking up the opportunities that the online environment provides for them. So for the last some years, we've seen that more and more we are turning to government regulation, to strict legal regulation on state level and on international level. What I'm saying is we've seen that it doesn't work without regulation. I'm not sure how it will work with government regulation. It needs to be a balanced approach, definitely, but we cannot accept that these heinous crimes that are done towards children, that they just go unpunished. We need to have a certain framework where children's rights are respected. And once again, I would like to quote the EU Charter on Human Rights and the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child. Be the best interest a primary consideration.
Thank you. Let's go to Alejandro Pesanti.
Is there anyone else in the queue after me?
Not at the moment.
Because I would like to yield otherwise.
Well, there isn't any at the moment, but I'm sure some might come up.
Okay, so I'll try to be slightly provocative here. I think that children issues are extremely important over the years. I think we're all becoming more and more aware of how bad things can be for minors. There begins the difficulties. Some of it is minors, people between 16 and 18 who already have some degree of self-control. They already have autonomous sexual activity and so forth. That doesn't mean they are in an age apt for consent. But that's one thing. And the other one is babies who are under a year old and the extreme cruelty which they are subjected to. But all of these things have a physical component that's happening somewhere. When there's an image of child abuse or a video of child abuse recorded and transmitted over the internet, it took place somewhere. The people who did this heinous act, and I'm not minimizing it at all, I'm not underestimating it. These people were in the same place as the men, probably several of them. They were organized. Certainly, otherwise there was a physical location. They were violating the national law, the state law, the municipal ordinance, maybe even their condominiums bylaws for being noisy or having commercial activity. And if we're not able to tackle that, we are not going to be able to tackle the online part only. And that's where I'm concerned, as others have said, and I think Utah is very realistic about this. And we have to have this two-pronged approach where we have the online and the offline parts working in harmony. That's the way police forces come in, when law enforcement comes in, when they smash bands, the gangs that are trafficking in images. They're not only trafficking in images, they're actually trafficking in access to the activity. They're selling physical access to the children as well. So we need this two-pronged approach where the online and the offline parts are worked in harmony. As you know, I have insisted on this 6-factor framework, which tells us, how these different things are affected by the online component and whether we can use the online component to actually reduce the damages, identify the damages better, spot where they are starting and bring them down to some extent. The SERS proposal goes very much in this direction. It would enable people to work with this. What I think all proposals in this sense need to make very clear, I don't think they're missing it because they come from very internet-wise people, but they have to be much more explicit about how they respond to internet scale factors, speeds, crossing borders, and so forth. And in particular for the data, I think there's a risk of being obsessive about the individual data, which are basically of no value. Any social media company would gladly erase all your data if enough other users were left and their correlations were left. That's that's where much of the real value resides, and we need to focus more on that. If there's time at the end, I'll make one more short intervention. Thanks, Olivier.
Thanks, Alejandro. Next we have Gregory Name, and after that we'll have Vittorio Bertola, who's actually in Poland. Gregory, you have the floor.
Hi, thank you, Olivier. I mean, I would like to make one or two remarks about the situation with encryption and child abuse, not only child abuse, but other cyber crimes like terrorism and fraud, etc. I fully agree that children's rights have to be protected. This is no debate at all. And I think there has to be a balance of rights, but we need to be also aware of the technological challenges. What I cannot see at the moment is how we could find a technological solution that would work for everyone, for every group of society that deserves to be protected, also in terms of human rights. And we need to be careful not to rush into solutions that will solve a problem by creating another, because we risk regarding the problem here as possibly a binary choice between, for example, the rights of children and the rights of activists, whereas we, and also in terms of human rights, we should be striving to enable a situation, to enable a society, to enable an internet in which all these groups can be protected. And if you just say, well, we will according to current technological standards, just weaken encryption so that the state can have more access and control and scan for words and images or whatever, you are protecting children, but you are opening doors for other kinds of actions that may be undesirable in terms of rule of law, democracy, and so on. So I fully recognize the urgency of doing something to tackle child abuse and also terrorism, fraud, etc. on the internet. But we need to be, I think we need to be careful as well with facile technological solutions. And this is what I want. This is what really makes me wonder. Perhaps someone in the panel, you, Olivier, or someone who is more technically versed well versed in technology than myself. Perhaps someone can explain and come up with further technological alternatives, because simply to weaken encryption, this is not something that I find particularly convincing.
Yeah, thanks, Gregory. In fact, looking at what we have, I'm looking at all the participants. Maybe I see several panelists that wish to respond. Bob hasn't spoken recently, so let's have Bob Frankston. And I think that Jutta, you wanted to also respond to this. Bob.
Okay, again, each one of these is a complex issue, but just commenting on encryption, there was an article recently about in Europe about the police infiltrating criminal organizations who thought they were safe because they were using encryption. In fact, they were, but it's a human factors problem. And I think the idea that we could solve all problems by just looking at the wire, isn't the only solution. And the problem we have with encryption is that it's not just about people speaking to each other. For the future of the internet, if we really want a decentralized internet, encryption is fundamental. So we need to we need to recognize these are human factors problems, social problems, and not something you can solve by sort of having the right kind of copper that watches the bits going through.
Okay, thank you. Jutta?
Yes, I can be very quick. I do think that, of course, I agree completely with Bob Frankton that encryption has a very important role to play. I just would say it's not the only silver bullet to privacy, probably. And with regard to what Gregory said, we've seen the collateral damage last year in December when the e-privacy directive came into force, and making it illegal for the platform providers to monitor for a certain type of content. So they all, for a certain time, they all stopped monitoring for child sexual abuse material, with 90% of this material going undetected for several weeks, until the interim derogation from the regulation came into force for the time being. So it's not only the question of technology, it's the question of what legal framework do we have, and that legal framework made the monitoring that the platform providers had enforced with PhotoDNA and other technologies, made it illegal for them to continue to do so. So therefore, I'm pleading for looking for technology, but also looking for adequate legal regulations.
Mm-hmm. Thanks, Jutta. Vittorio Bertola is next. I understand Vittorio is on the floor in Katowice, so hopefully it's possible to hear him.
Oh, Olivier, can you hear me? Wait.
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead, Vittorio.
Okay, sorry. No, I'm in the room. There was no feedback. Okay, now
we can see you as well now as well.
Okay, thank you. No, sorry, I actually jumped because I didn't want to enter the discussion on child sexual abuse material, though there is, in the end, after hearing the further replies, one thing that I want to say is that I fully agree with Alejandro that, online measures should not be the shortcut to not to do the job in the offline world. And also, of course, I completely disagree with ideas about breaking encryption and weakening it. At the same time, we should be careful about the standards we put, because if the meter we put for any solution against online child sexual abuse material is that it must be impossible to abuse it for other ways, then it's like saying that we don't want any solution. And this is not the meter that is being applied in the offline world. Well, of course, in the offline world, we do have lawful interception, and of course it can be abused, but we still have it, and we try to put all the adequate democratic guarantees so that it cannot be abused so easily, and so to limit the number of abuses. And even online, there are, we ask of governments, they should not be abusing this, but even the private sector is abusing a lot of what it can do. So, it happens. It's not a reason not to do stuff. But what I really wanted to do is rather to broaden the discussion. Partly, we had already a bit of this discussion yesterday with Alejandro in another session. But it seems to me that we have come to a point where the traditional idea of not having, we have to defend the internet from regulation because regulation will break the core values, the basic principles of the internet. Maybe it's not up to the situation anymore. So I feel that actually the internet we have today is not the original internet we designed and we loved 20 years ago. It's much less open, much less interoperable, much more concentrated and based on closed systems and walled gardens and stuff that the user has no control upon. And so don't you think, whoever wants to take this question, that we actually now need regulation to restore the original values of the internet, to defend them, to uphold them? Because if we don't put some rules to the big consolidation of power into big private sector companies, we are actually going to lose the internet in a number of dimensions.
Thanks for this provocative intervention, Vittorio. I can see our panel is thinking, yes, that's quite a thought. Let's give the floor to Shiva, and then I'll see if anybody from the panelists would like to respond to this.
Yeah, thank you, Olivier. First of all, I agree with the summary provided by Gregory, which is an excellent summary of the work that we do. And I wanted to tell Jutta that I am committed to, we are all committed to protecting the rights of the children, but the way the issues are raised is not like the issues brought to the internet, and the internet is being asked, here is a problem, solve the problem. Rather, it is raised in such a manner that there is a problem, the internet is not working, so let's take over the internet. And that is what is doing a lot of harm. And even in terms of the need for regulation, the recent developments on the regulatory arena is somewhat comforting, in the sense that governments are more and more understanding that all stakeholders are to be involved in the intergovernmental processes, and it's gradually becoming multi-stakeholder. And I think that should solve the problem, rather than take a position, as Vittoria said, the internet has gone, and not that, I mean, not his exact words, but he said it's not the same internet anymore, and it needs to be regulated. But we have to emphasize that even the regulation has to be in conformity with the values in which the internet is built. There should be governance values as well. Thank you.
Thank you for this, Shiva. And the word regulation comes back more and more often. Of course, last year we had the coalition did have a statement that it managed to get, to share with the community, and several other dynamic coalitions signed up on it, a statement on excessive regulation. And it seems that we are seeing more regulation. Let's go over to Olga Makarova, because she mentioned, of course, the regulation and Russia. That's one of big words, regulating networks. But of course, I'd like to also hear from Alison afterwards with regards to her points, where she said, the integration of core values and principles need to be included in decision making. And are we seeing this in the regulation or regulatory approach that is happening? Maybe not on the international level, but on the national level that some governments are following. Olga.
Thank you. The internet, just a mirror of our lives. The main reason, for example, for child abuse is not that the internet exists, but there is crime. The internet is just environment that can be used by all participants. But for example, if child porn appeared on the internet, it is filmed somewhere and by someone, and we need to fight with one who does it, not with the internet. The main problem of the internet is it is global, but the states are sovereign. But I think we should to fight with real reason, not with internet, to stop child abuse, to stop porno, to stop any harms, any crimes on the internet. Thank you.
Thanks for this, Olga. Let's go to Alison Harcourt.
Hi, Olivier. It's not the question I really expected, because I don't think that there has been very much done at the national level recently, because it's in the EU, at least, mostly implementation of, looking at now possible implementation of e-commerce updates. We looked at implementation of copyright 218, and then, of course, GDPR. But I mean, we could maybe look at Germany, the 217 hate speech, the DG Net's law, or the 218 disinformation law in France, and then the upcoming proposals for online safety in the UK. Have the core principles outlined by the IGF been integrated? They have certainly not been referred to. I think certainly in the UK case, I think there's more of a self-regulatory approach, and the UK's proposals have been criticised here today, particularly by Gregory, as being overly interventionist. But compared, I think, to France and Germany, I think that they're less so. And I think certainly there have been discussions in Germany as to over-application of the NetzDG. In terms of looking to core principles, I think really I would look more towards the international level and how we can integrate them into day-to-day decision-making and self-regulatory fora, and how they can be integrated into implementation of these national regulations, because most of these regulations are self-regulatory in nature. Also, if you look at the 218 Code on Disinformation of the EU, it turns towards self-regulation and very much relies upon the big tech companies to implement all of these kinds of codes and rules which are being suggested. So, as to the future or as to the present, Olivier, I don't know. I mean, as to the future, I think that there can be integration of core principles for openness and transparency in particular. But the problem that I see really is this digital sovereignty. I've been to a number of workshops on digital sovereignty. Most recently, over the last 3 weeks, Chris, ran 3 workshops on digital sovereignty, and I went to a couple of panels at the CPR earlier in the year. And it seems, and I've seen people post about this, Alejandro in particular, that there seems to be confusion between cyber and internal market and national champion policies in particular. The rewriting Olaf Skolken's comments on NIS2 and the rewriting of certain parts into internal market logic, we see also within the AI proposals and in the cybersecurity package as well. And I think this increasing cooperation between the EU and the US that I mentioned before encompasses this, and we see this in competition law. We see this in a number of decisions like the superconductors in Spain, where there is a kind of closing in and closer cooperation with national champions, and we have to ask ourselves, how much is that to do with openness and interoperability, and how much is that to do with internal market logic?
Thanks very much, Alison. Let's close off because we are running out of time. We'll close off with the last person in the queue, that's Sébastien Bachelet.
Thank you very much, Olivier. I hope that we will not be shut down in 2 minutes. But I wanted to come back to the question of regulation. I think we are missing different things. First of all, it's a law, and there is more and more laws, and there is a regulation, and there is the internet governance, multi-stakeholder governance. And we are talking more and more about regulation. We are forgetting about the law, and we forget about the multi-stakeholder governance, and it's where we are in IGF, and we struggle with IGF because of that. If we end up just talking about regulation or the new laws, we are missing our main goal. It's to develop some solution altogether. And I will stop here because we don't have any more time. Thank you very much, Olivier, and others. Thank you.
Thank you, Sebastian. It's very wise words. Alejandro Pisanti here. Closing remarks. I think that we should look at the ICANN lesson in the sense that we can build several different mechanisms that federate or that have communicating vessels, each of them oriented to solving a specific problem. And over time, some of them will coalesce, some of them will die out, some of them will be absorbed. But we should look at this in a much more creative way, which doesn't preclude, of course, the increasing actions of governments where they are needed. But initiatives like the one Desiree presented goes a long way in this direction, but we still have to flesh it out and see, test it against different criteria. I'm very happy that all of you have been in this meeting. It's an impressive meeting. I'm glad that you have met, because some of you haven't met each other, and that you have come together for this brilliant exchange of ideas. And Olivier, your closing words.
Thank you, Alejandro. Thank you for sharing this. And thanks to all of our panelists. It's been a very interesting discussion, which of course will continue on the Dynamic Coalition on Core Internet Values mailing list. If you are interested in joining, you're not on the mailing list yet, you can send me an email at ocl@gih.com and quite easily found the address, and we'll add you on our mailing list. And of course, we have such discussions throughout the year, not just during IGF. Thanks in particular to Jutta for joining us. It's great to have cross-pollination between dynamic coalitions. And it's not the first time we've done a lot of work with the Dynamic Coalition on IoT and also with the Youth Coalition on Internet Governance. But it's the first time we work with the children's rights. It's great to have that extensive dialogue. Unfortunately, we're running out of time and they're very tight on time here. I was going to say 30-second tweets from each one of our panelists, but if any of the panelists wishes to just add one little thing, and if not, then no, I see everyone saying that's enough. So thank you so much. We'll have a very quick summary that will be written in the next couple of hours and published on the website, on the IGF website. And then there'll be a larger summary that will be drafted. And I'd like to also thank the good people at Diplo who follow the sessions at IGF and always write some excellent summaries of each one of the sessions. So if there are any questions that I don't know who the person is here, if that person has any questions, they are very welcome to ask me and we can work things out. Thank you.
Thanking all the hosts. The live stream will be up very soon. Jolie usually has them up as soon as the meeting's end, so you'll be able to recall the full thing and share it with others. Thanks.
And for those of you in Katowice, have safe flights home tomorrow or even later if you're deciding to visit the region. Have a very good day.
Thank you.
from the Netherlands, and from wherever you are in the world, good afternoon, good evening, good night. And welcome to the session Fan the Flames, Regulating Competition in Digital Markets, which is organized by the Internet Society Youth Special Interest Group, the Youth Observatory. Today we're going to discuss the regulation of competition in digital markets. Anti-competitive practices are not a new issue, but as internet-related market boomed, the extent of such monopolistic practices changed and shifted to digital platforms. This led to a need for a sophisticated approach to regulating internet-related markets. This has led to different emerging regulations all over the world. For example, the Media Bargaining Code in Australia and the Digital Services Act and Digital Markets Act of the European Union. This kind of regulation does not only impact large tech companies as they are intended to, but also small enterprises. This leads to both positive and negative impacts. Furthermore, the multi-stakeholder approach seems to be overlooked when regulation is established, while we notice more often in the field of internet governance that this approach is very useful when taking action. These are two main subjects that our speakers will discuss today. And a note for the attendees. Just as Elliot already just sent in the chat, feel free to ask questions throughout the whole session in the Zoom chat. Me and my co-moderator, Elliot Mann, will keep an eye on the chat and make sure that these questions are passed on to our speakers during the discussion. So who are our speakers today? First of all, we have Veronica, who is there on site. Please give a little wave, Veronica. Hello.
Hello.
And she is a lawyer currently pursuing her PhD in competition law at Ca' Foscari University of Venice. Her research mainly focuses on digital monopolies and how the dominance of a few internet corporations distorts the competitive dynamics globally and curbs consumer rights. Veronica has been active in the internet governance ecosystem since 2019. In 2020, she was selected as the Internet Society IGF Youth Ambassador, and subsequently she was part of the 2021 cohorts of the UThic and the Next Gen and ICANN programs. Currently, Veronica is co-founder and vice president for research at the Dear Government organization, a youth-led intervention which carries out the impact assessment of national and regional internet-related regulations and advocate for an open, trusted, and non-manipulable internet. And I would definitely recommend checking out that organization because it's doing amazing things. And I think we can expect much more amazing things of it in the future. Secondly, also on site, we have Cherry Nathaniel Copia, who is a young Burkinabe entrepreneur working in the digital and social sectors. He is currently the country director of the NGO Maxime Niansa IT Solution, whose main objective is to create opportunities for career development for young Africans through information and communication technologies. Since 2016, he has created an agency for the development of digital solutions and coaching in digital entrepreneurship called DigiClink. He is also the inventor of the S-Mask, a smart mask connected for self-health control, fighting COVID-19 and other similar viral contamination. Then third, we have Paula Galvez Carrigalis, who is a Peruvian attorney with more than 5 years of experience advising government entities, major technology companies, and civil society organizations in the drafting of public policies relating to emerging technologies, digital economy, privacy, and cybersecurity. She is currently a strategic advisor on digital regulation in the Digital Government Secretariat of the Presidency of the Council of Ministers of Peru, and leads the design of the National Digital Talent Strategy. Previously, she has been the regulatory and public affairs leader at Neobox and an attorney at Microsoft. Paula is a board member of the Internet Society Youth Observatory, former UN IGF Youth Ambassador, and Open Internet Leader 2020-2021. And last but definitely not least is Rashi Saxena, who is a telecommunication engineer by training based out of Bangalore, India. She is currently building HateBase, a global AI repository to assist universities and research organizations in moderating online conversations and using hate speech as a predictor for regional offline violence for the Sentinel project. Working with Eye for Policy, Rashi is supporting policymakers with practical guidance on designing inclusive policy co-creation processes for multi-stakeholder participation for AI policy. Rashi serves in a number of advisory roles, such as the Internet Rights and Principles Dynamic Coalition and Mission Publique's We the Internet project. She has contributed to consulting projects for DCN, Gapminder Foundation, and the IO Foundation, and was highlighted as one of the 100 experts in Mozilla's 2020 Internet Health Report. So when I hear about these 4 wonderful speakers today, I have all the trust that it will be an absolutely amazing discussion. I'm very much looking forward to it. And today I will be working together with my great co-moderator, Elliot, and I think it will be a great session. So let's just get started to the discussion, where we're first going to discuss the first policy question: how do the ongoing regulations to address the market imbalance created by large tech companies impact small businesses? First of all, over to you, Veronica. Could you please tell us a bit about this?
Hi, everyone. Thank you, Daphne. Actually, this policy question, it's one that I was, I thought a lot about this policy question, and I tried to give an answer, to shed a light on this policy question from the European perspective and from an academic approach. And in the European Union, the economic structure is predominantly made up of small and medium enterprises. So the Commission has recently seized the opportunity to start to undertake regulatory initiatives to try to, level out the competitiveness of small and medium enterprises in Europe, and has done it looking at the role that small enterprises and the relationship that those small enterprises have with the GAFAM, with the big tech corporation. And there are mainly two, there are a few regulations. We have looking at the small and medium enterprises from 2 perspectives. The one as small enterprises as a competitors and as customers of the big tech corporation. In the first case, it happens. It happens rarely that those small corporations, especially startup, undertake the pathway toward tremendous innovation, especially in blockchain area. But it happened that many of those startups were substantially eaten by the big tech corporations, and without any assessment, any control by the anti-monopoly authorities. And this is because in order to assess whether or not the merger or the acquisition would end up being, to restrain the competitiveness in Europe, those startups should have a dimension, a substantial dimension, and usually this dimension is measured on annual turnover. But as you may know, those kind of startups usually have no turnover or don't reach the threshold, the legal threshold to notify the acquisition to the anti-monopoly authorities or the Commission if the merger, has an European dimension. But I want to share some data with you, data taken by a background note published last year by the OECD on killers acquisitions and merger control. And that mentioned some reviews and reports by the Furman of 2019, The Economist, and from Lear. And it pointed out that over the time frame of 10 years, in 10 years, the GAFAM have made almost 400 acquisition, and spending something like 31.6 billion US dollars. And a very few of them have been looked into by the the anti-monopoly authorities. And it's something that it's worrisome, especially if you think, as I already mentioned, that the European, the European economic market, the European economic structure is made up of small and medium enterprises, and that the Commission is pushing toward innovation and digitalization of small enterprises. But there have been proposals in this sense to adjust the criteria for the notification to the anti-monopoly agencies and authorities. But the problem is that with startups and small enterprises, there are other hurdles, because in assessing whether or not that acquisition could have an impact in the next 3, 4, or 5 years, it's quite difficult to find elements that allow the competition authority to effectively say that one merger, one acquisition could have an anti-competitive effect in the future. And because we also have to look at whether the product and service of that small startup would be successful in the future, whether it will go effectively, and there are other elements in consideration in this sense. And when it comes to small businesses as a competitor, usually, as a customers, small firms are most of the time also customers of big tech corporation, and they are what we call business users. Those they actually pay for the service that I don't know if you ever heard of the indirect network effect. They actually pay for the service and for, targeted advertising. And we get, as end users, we get free service because, we are supposed to be the target of those personalized services. And in this position, the small businesses are, are subject to an unbalanced bargaining power that tips in favor of the gatekeepers. And most of the time, they came up single-handedly with terms and conditions. They may favor themselves or deny access to their infrastructure and services, determine discriminatory condition, and this major bargaining power stem from they being monopolists in their own ecosystem. And this is the ecosystem is a concept that wasn't known in and I mean an antitrust or competition law, because we talk of relevant markets, but now we have to look at the ecosystem, so that, for example, in the operating system we have iOS and Android, but they do not communicate with each other, so they are not interoperable. And or if we look at the cloud computing, it's not possible for a business to switch from, I don't know, Amazon AWS to Microsoft Azure, for example, or to IBS, because there are no common protocol, because they do not follow the same standard, they do not speak the same languages. So those are basically, businesses are basically locked in one ecosystem without a chance to, you know, go shift to another, you know, competitor. And in this sense,
could you
Digital
please
Market
try
Act,
to wrap it up in the next 30 seconds so we can move on to the next speaker as well?
Okay, yes.
Great, thank you.
Yes, just to say that the Digital Market Act addressed this concern at imposing an ex-ante obligation. And yes, just this is my wrap up in this sense. So maybe regulations in Europe, I mean, it's moving toward, you know, trying to support most businesses in this sense.
Great, thank you so much for the clear insights, and I really think that it becomes clear that a lot of work still needs to be done in Europe, even though they're saying that they are getting everything together so well. Now I'm very curious as to what the situation is in Africa, so I would like to pass over to Cherry to give his little speech on the ongoing regulations in Africa and how they affect small and medium-sized enterprises.
Okay, thank you for the floor. But I will give my appreciation in the world, not for Africa only, because it's general, it's the same kind of policies, it's the same kind of problem. Anti-competitive is same in everywhere. So we know that big internet companies are growing too powerful. These companies control large market shares and almost everything in their respective sectors. So in the increase of their power is in danger to small business on the internet. Their power allows them even to lay down market rules that are, of course, a problem, not good for survival of a small business and customers. The adoption of new legislative provisions or the modification of existing ones played an important role in this anti-competitive practice. Many countries are taking a proactive approach to finding solutions to competition concern in digital markets. To this end, they adopt new legislative provisions, modify existing ones, or clarify and adapt them. This phenomenon can be observed not only in the developing country, but also in the certain developing and emerging countries. For example, Germany, China, and Russian Federation have changed their competition laws to adapt them to a new challenge posed by digital markets. These amendment laws have given competition authority additional powers, such as the Federal Central Office of Germany, which is now empowered to intervene at a nearly stage. They have drawn up the list of potential anti-competitive practice. They have also extended or clarified the scope of the application of competition laws in digital markets. Japan and European Union have developed new legislation for online platforms. Japan has imposed new obligations, including on disclosure of information. In the European Union, digital markets law can be seen as extending or complementing the existing legal regime. It reports on the existence of guardian of markets platform and prohibits some of their practices, such as giving a preferential treatment to their products and preventing users from installing pre-installed application or software, and provide for sanctions in the event of any infringement. State willingness to regulate online platform is detected not only by competition reason, but also by other reasons such as consumer protection, data protection, and digital industrial policy. In Japan, for example, the law to make digital platform operation more transparent and fair was drafted under the direction of executive branch in collaboration with the Fair Trading Commission, the Ministry of Economy, Trade and Industry, and the Ministry of the Interior and Communication. In Germany, where the public authority preferred to amend the law rather than adopt a new provisions, the amended law was drawn up by the Federal Ministry of Economy and Energy in the consultation with the Federal Office for Intent. In European Union, the development of and implementation of the law on digital markets is a responsibility not only for the European Commission Directorate General in charge of competition, but also the Directorate General Internal Market, Industry, Entrepreneurship, Small and Medium-Sized Enterprise, and Communication Networks, Content and Technologies. Compare it with regulatory text and guideline, the amended laws grant more power to competition authority and more clearly differentiate between what business parties are acceptable and those which are not, thus offering a guarantee of legal certainty for business. However, changing the law takes time and requires competition authority to convince the government and legislative bodies of its necessity. In Germany, for example, the onus is on academia to conduct research and study to establish that the existing law is no longer relevant and therefore need to be changed. As for the new provision adopted, some of those developed as a precautionary measure for digital platform are still based on the self-regulation. In Japan, for example, the law to make digital platform operation more transparent and fairer require platform to carry out self-assessment rather than punishing certain business practices under the idea that its provision should be applied according to standards. Term on that, the platform will themselves be agree. That is my point of view according this question. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much for your insight and especially having the worldwide view. I think that's very useful. Before we go on to the second policy question and start discussing that, I think it's a good moment to see if there are any questions. Elliot, do you want to take over?
Sure. Does anyone have any questions? I know if you're in Katowice, there's a microphone going around there. Otherwise, feel free to put your hand up in the Zoom room or put a message in chat as well. If not, I have a couple of questions. Veronica, you mentioned we're still speaking in terms of relevant market and other, old-fashioned competition law terms. Do you think that the fact that those terms that we traditionally use to talk about competition law, they don't apply to our new digital age? Do we need to do more than just amending our current competition laws? Do we need to take kind of a ground level approach to this entire issue?
Elliot, thanks for the question. Actually, it's what the European Union is doing, because they know they are amending competition law. They're actually, there has been an open consultation about the new competition tool, and they didn't came up with a proposal still, but it was due in the second half of 2020, and we don't have, the draft. So we do not know how, in which direction they took in this sense. But we have the Digital Market Act. The compromise draft was published, I think, 3 weeks ago, and they have certainly considered the fact that digital market, should we call it that way, digital ecosystem are different, have a different structure. So we are starting to acknowledging the fact that the competition law was conceived for traditional market. They have a certain structure, but that sometimes that in some sense don't always apply to the digital ecosystems because of technical barrier also and economic barriers. So yes, we can, there is a lot of discussions going on these days.
Do we have time for one more question? Do we?
Yeah, let's go for one more question and then go on to the second policy question.
So Nathan, I know you
there
discussed...
is a question here in the room.
Oh, fantastic. Let's go to that.
Yeah.
Thank you for that. Hi, Cory Doctor from the Electronic Frontier Foundation. Thank you for your remarks about the Digital Markets Act. I wanted to ask you to maybe contrast them with other regulations such as the Digital Services Act and the Copyright Directive, the Terror Directive, and so on, where we see that firms are really being required to be a certain size in order to function in Europe. In fact, they have to be as big as giant American tech companies in order to function in Europe. And how do you think we can resolve the tension between the desire to take these offshore companies that have created harms and make them behave themselves, and take these offshore companies that have created these harms and make them irrelevant?
Thank you. This is a question for me, isn't it? Sure. Yeah. I followed most the Digital Market Act, but I've read the Digital Services Act, and I know that in the Digital Services Act there is a discussion about prohibiting the targeted advertising. And yes, in this sense, there are some European parliamentarians. It's something that is particularly interested. I'm particularly interested in that aspect of contrast between the Digital Markets Act and the Digital Services Act, because some European parliamentarians have advanced this proposal to prohibit the targeted advertising. And I think that I want to be too harsh in this, but I think it's preposterous at this moment to forbid the kind of advertising, because you can talk of enhancing transparency, yes, but to basically remove the model, because digital markets or the digital economy is based on personalized and targeted services. So if you want to ban the targeted advertising, you are basically telling that you do not want to have that kind of economy or economy based on that, because we couldn't have free application or free services without someone paying for someone else, your business user, paying for personalized services and targeted advertising at this point, because it wouldn't be attractive as a model. I know I haven't answered your question, but yeah, this is what came to my mind in this moment.
Perfect, and I think there will definitely be more room for discussion on this topic during the Q&A part we will do at the end. But first we'll go on to the second policy question, and for that question we have Paola speaking. And this question entails, in the example of the side effects of the ongoing regulations on other businesses, what is the best model to predict the consequences of emerging regulations concerning competition on the internet? Paola, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Daphne. Hello, everyone. And first of all, let me thank the session organizers for setting this up. Actually, it's great that we're gathering from very different regions, backgrounds as well. So this is an exciting and enriching conversation. Well, yes, as our colleagues mentioned, digital transformation presents unprecedented opportunities. However, I can see myself that it also brings considerable uncertainty on the evolution of this transformative era. And in this question, I am speaking as an advisor of the Peruvian government. And for the last months, I've seen how government needs a deeper understanding of the critical challenges that emerging technologies pose to the rule-making activity. First of all, digitalization blurs the usual delineation of markets and sectors, and it confuses the traditional distinction between consumers and producers, and I think it was previously mentioned. As this is the case with the rise of individual prosumers, this blurring of boundaries affect the scope of the regulator's mandate and activities. So the economic properties of digital business also challenge the standard cost-based regulatory models, as price formation in the digital economy obeys different rules. And most of the time, local entrepreneurs do not have the financial back to comply with new regulatory mandates. I can see that in Peru. We have many startups, for instance, but they complain because they say that when this new bill will come into force, they will not be able to comply with it. And it will obligate them to either finish their operations in Peru and go to another country that has more flexible regulations, or just sell the startups to a bigger company. And that is not what we want at all. We want really an innovation ecosystem in Peru that gets bigger, sorry. Another important challenge that digitalization brings to governments when regulating is the difficulties of regulatory enforcement, as it questions the traditional notion of liability. In particular, it makes it more difficult to apportion and attribute responsibility for damage caused by the use of technology to end users, or the difficulty of attributing liability to the vendor, or I don't know, the equipment manufacturer. Also, when AI or another technology is involved, for instance, it's difficult for public officers to enforce this. Moreover, digitalization drastically increases the intensity of cross-border flows, which I see it has a lot of benefits, and it gives businesses global reach while being able to locate various stages of their production processes or service centers across different countries. But this feature enables companies to avoid compliance when it comes to their physical presence and their policy for data protection or other regulated areas, for example. Therefore, there is a mismatch between the transboundary nature of digitalization and the fragmentation of regulatory frameworks across jurisdictions. To tackle this challenge, the harmonization of regulatory frameworks is a good option. I wouldn't say globally, because we have different circumstances, but I would say at least regional. For instance, in Latin America, governments were trying to have these conversations to bring a digital agenda and try to harmonize this. This pandemic situation bring to the agenda a lot of challenges, and now it's one of the main topics of our regional discussions. And going back to your question, Daphne, I haven't found the best model yet. But first of all, governments should not rush into regulation, as there is a real risk of getting it wrong, and particularly affect small and medium businesses. In some cases, a regulatory approach may not even be the best course of action. What we do at the Secretariat of Digital Transformation in Peru is to reflect on the public policy problem that we aim to solve. Question and test the approaches that may help achieve the policy objectives, because our main goal is to promote digital innovation while preserving digital rights and mitigating the risks. And given the dynamics of the digital transformation, regulatory solutions must be flexible enough to let innovation be developed. Yesterday, I heard this term in a session, future-proof regulations, and actually I really like it because it summarizes very well what we're looking for in the Peruvian government. Technologies go faster than law, and it will happen certainly in the future. And we don't want to regulate each new technology. Therefore, constant government monitoring is needed, as well as regulatory impact assessment, and also carry out regular post-implementation reviews. So that would be one idea I have, not really the best model yet, but I think this is my point of view, and happy to discuss this further next. Thank you, Daphne, and everyone for your attention.
Perfect. Thank you so much. And I think I was thinking about this question as well, and I think it's very difficult to find a model, but I think what you propose is a great first step. I think over to Elliot to see if there's maybe one question before we go to the next policy question.
Is there any questions in the room? I think let's just move on to the next question and we can have more time at the end.
Perfect. I think that's a good idea. And I think we also have some nice overlap with the second policy question, the third policy question, apologies, where the question is, what role can the multi-stakeholder approach play in the creation of effective regulations on competition, and should this possibly be revised or modified? First of all, we will go to Paola because she unfortunately can't stay until the end of the session. So Paola, take the floor.
Thank you, Daphne. And I don't want to monopolize the discussion, so I will be brief. But yeah, what we just mentioned has given new impetus to the significance of a multi-stakeholder model of internet governance. And in Peru, we are firm believers that the technical management and governance of the internet should not be only under government control. In fact, it is a priority for the Peruvian government to keep supporting and strengthening capacity for all stakeholders, including industry, academia, civil society, the youth also. So what has happened, and I'm going to share our experience, that we have approved urgency decree number 006, which creates the Digital Transformation National System. It is a functional system of the executive branch, and this norm, this law, gives an equal level to each stakeholder, and it allows for community-based policymaking. This law recognizes that all the stakeholders have a valuable contribution to make to internet governance discussions and decisions. And it is a proven model for responding to these complex policy and technical challenges. What else? We have also the Laboratory of Digital Transformation. It's like an innovation lab of the government. And we have a group of researchers that constantly go and speak with the citizens, because they are the ones who are in pain or that they need their rights to be preserved. Before the pandemic, researchers used to travel and go to the rural areas, because that is when we have more connectivity gap, a digital talent gap. So is firsthand listened to what they have to say. Now that we are under pandemic circumstances, all the surveys are held online, which I hope we can resume our face-to-face service. But for us, it's fundamental to listen to the citizens and to discuss this. Also, the Peruvian general government policy for the period 2021 to 2026 has included as an axis the digital transformation of the country with equity. It is the first time that this topic has been added to a general government policy. And in my opinion, this is a relevant step to give multi-stakeholder discussions on digital policy the relevance that they need. For instance, the Artificial Intelligence National Strategy and the Digital Talent strategy that I am co-designing, we are doing it under a committee, multi-stakeholder committee that was formed I think 3 months ago, and we have bi-weekly calls, and in that session, we listen to what the academia, the Ministry of Education, also NGOs has to say around these topics. And well, Peru is a strong supporter of an open, free, safe, and secure internet. And we as a country are advocating for policy settings that support this position. So yes, if I have to say a brief response, multi-stakeholder efforts are the best when trying to regulate these emerging technologies. Thank you so much, and looking forward to listen to the other colleagues.
Perfect. Thank you so much. And it's so nice to hear that in Peru they already actively do this, and I hope that many other countries take an example for this as well if they're not doing so yet. Then I would like to go to Rashi to share her point of view on this question. Rashi, the floor is yours.
Thanks, Daphne. I apologize. I might not be able to switch on my camera, but my connection's a bit patchy. But yeah, I'm happy to kind of share slides and we perhaps talk a little bit about the work that I've been doing with the Innovation for Policy Foundation in UN, where we're looking at case studies and use cases across the world on what are the effective multi-stakeholder approaches to AI policy development. So maybe I could talk a little bit about how I think something that we've seen is that there's just a general misconception around what AI can do and how AI can actually be effective. So we've realized that most of the AI policies, if they really have to kind of affect all stakeholders in it being related to jobs or any other aspect, you really do need to have a lot of literacy and I would say building capacity initiatives across the sector. So maybe I'll go on to the next slide, please. Daphne, maybe you can share the next slide.
Yes, I'm trying to do so. I'm having a bit of a fight with it. Apologies.
You've got it now.
Perfect. No worries. Can it be seen? I'm unfortunately unable to see all of them, but we've also seen that multi-stakeholder approaches, when done really well, of course, have to come in and initiated by the government. They also ensure a consensus that you have to kind of reach through on why the final outcome is widely supported. So, have a good feedback mechanism loop and be in touch with the community rather than having one-off events. And also, like I said, participatory processes raise a lot of awareness and build capacity. One of the great examples perhaps in India is that post the India strategy was drafted by a government think tank called Niti Aayog. But then once the drafting was done, it had a very multi-sectoral approach. We have a non-profit foundation that's kind of furthering the development of the health policy, and we have a for-profit entity that's looking where it started an initiative called AI for All, which is basically how do we incorporate AI education in schools and universities. Daphne, next slide, please, or maybe someone else could share them. I lost track
Yeah,
of the slides.
I'll try to share them in a different way because my laptop decided that it didn't want to work anymore. Give me 1 second.
No worries.
Sorry for this.
Yeah, I think no, that's okay. I can go on. So yeah, I think basically the multi-sectoral approach was really nice because all of the sectors could really play in with their strengths. Because obviously in this case, a lot of government entities don't have an idea of what the implications of AI are, and you really need technologists and people who really understand the issue. So it's also good to kind of borrow ideas, and no country can really work on silos. I don't think a lot of countries can do that. So when we wanted to understand and build this handbook to guide policymakers across the world, we did take expertise from experts from across the world, and we also that was one where we wanted to understand what are the human rights implications of AI. And in the second aspect, we also wanted to take interesting case studies from across the world. So we spoke to Brazil, we spoke to Chile, which is an again great example of a bottom-up approach process, where for the first time they actually had citizens that participated and really enjoyed the process of learning throughout, along with a lot of civil society actors. They recently published their AI strategy sometime, I think, in last week of October. So yeah, our idea was to kind of provide evidence-based guidance on how you can have more policy co-creation efforts, and also look at kind of, you know, how do we impose a human rights aspect of things, because yeah, there's just a lot of hysteria around how AI will take away your jobs and a lot of other myths that we try to debust. Maybe you can move on to the next slide. Yeah, these are some of the testimonies that we had from experts across the world. So it says inclusion is not just the participation, but it's engagement, representation, and empowerment of disabled and underrepresented groups and population. And this is important for anyone who wants to, and especially for private sector who's looking at adoption, which is far and wide. So one great example I would say, which is the Common Voices project that looks at voice recognition, and they're doing some great work in Africa. The next slide, please. Yeah, so also AI is also very input driven. So you need to make sure that you train your data sets in languages outside English, because you have a lot of populations that don't speak in English and operate in different dialects across the world, and how it's important to kind of consider in AI policy discussions to avoid biases, because I know that we're all human beings that have our own sets of biases, but kind of having more data sets could really inform and train your AI technology to be as accurate as possible. Next slide. But yeah, some of the downsides of multi-stakeholder approach is that it is difficult to translate it to theory, and practice can be really hard because it requires effort, time, and resources, and more importantly, a high budget. Because you're really looking at enabling the process from different actors, which takes a lot of time and strategy. And as we said, that countries really need to be more open to this process, because it's hard to convince those who are in charge and ensure a very inclusive process. So that's an aspect that where we say, so it really depends on who's kind of navigating through this. And maybe I'll end with talking about a few lessons that we've learned in the process and the conversations that we've had. Next slide, please. So some of the lessons learned, we say that assign clear responsibilities to all stakeholders, making sure that you're building capacity and awareness, especially among civil society, especially the ones who want to use AI technology to kind of solve problems in their line of work. Also, of course, establishing a diverse and inclusive task force and expert group preferably from across the world, so that you can kind of weigh in and also learn new perspectives. Next slide, please. Also, when you're looking at a deliberative process, you're also trying to reach consensus, so it also requires discussions among different stakeholders. It is also important for you to make sure that you do have disadvantaged groups, and always, rather than a lot of issues that we do see is that a lot of countries like picking up policies that they find interesting, but not localizing them with existing examples. And I think that's very important to try and test everything. And of course, if you're looking at it from a long-term aspect, it's also important to have community champions to effectively communicate, and in many cases even translate whatever policies that we're trying to come up with. Next slide, please. Also determining a time and horizon strategy. India has a 5-year strategy. Chile finished their strategy in 2 years, and will take perhaps another 8 years for it to kind of move into legislation. I think that's more about it, and I'm happy to answer any questions that might be taken up. Thank you so much.
Great, thank you so much. And I think this was a very interesting insight to see how I4Policy is working with this. And I think during Q&A, we'll definitely discuss this even further. But before we go to the Q&A part, we will first go to Veronica. Please share your insights.
Thanks, Daphne. I just wanted to complement to what Rahashi and Paula already said. And Rahashi rightly mentioned the multi-stakeholder approach has been, undertaken in India, and the multi-stakeholder approach of the UNESCO recommendations on AI, on the ethics of AI. And my thought is at this point that it's easy to reach to convince governments to get to the multi-stakeholder approach when it comes to ethics, but it's a bit more difficult to convince them when it comes to complex regulation like that of the digital market and competition, because the main argument against multi-stakeholderism is that first, not all the stakeholders are interested in the multi-stakeholder in the policy making when it comes to digital market and competition. And the second argument that they raised is that not all the stakeholders, for example, civil society, has the right expertise to cope with the complexity of digital markets and competition. Both have been proven wrong. In the first case, the open consultation of both the new competition tools and the Digital Market Act have been, we experienced in the European Union a great participation, a great response by civil society, by the private sector. And I have the percentage here, and I have to say that, almost more than a half, and when regarding the new competition tool, more than a half of the responses to the inception impact assessment came from the private sector. Then we have non-governmental organization, and there were a small percentage of individual European citizens that actually send their response to the inception impact assessment, while the academics percentage of participation is a bit disappointing, because I see here like 8% of persons representing academia participated to the open consultation about a new competition tool. And we have also other, other percentage other data regarding the participation of stakeholders to the open consultation of the Digital Markets Act. And 66% of European citizens participated to the open consultation. So the first argument, it's been proven wrong. In the second case, we have also the experience of the Digital Market Act, the compromise draft in the compromise draft, the European Parliament has proposed the establishment of a high-level group of digital regulators that gathers together representatives from the Commission and the national authorities, data protection authorities, telecommunication authorities, competition authorities, all from public bodies, no one from the other stakeholders. I think that this has been a missed chance to actually get the other stakeholder involved into the regulatory or policy making process, because this group, a high-level group, would carry out advisory tasks to the Commission pertaining to the activities following within the scope of the Digital Markets Act. That would have been a good choice to open up the participation to the other stakeholders at this point. And yes, last consideration from my part is that, as I mentioned before, when Helios asked me a question, the antitrust law was designed for traditional markets. Now we live in a digital world. We have this mantra in this IGF, and it's high time we recognize or acknowledge the fact that other stakeholders, when it comes to the regulation of internet-related regulations or internet-related issues, at this point we have to bring multi-stakeholders forward.
Great, thank you so much for your insights. I think these were all great contributions that made our policy question much clearer, but I am sure that there are still many questions as well. So Elliot, over to you.
See, Nathan's got his hand up. Nathan, go ahead.
There is Nathan here that wants the...
Yeah.
Okay. I agree with you about the opening of or to the participation of other stakeholders like private sectors, companies, but is to see that if you want to add this kind of stakeholders, you have to consider small business, because if the big companies took part at this I don't know how took part at this kind of platforms, the problem will be stay the same because they are more powerful. So we have to permit at the small business to have a big how to say, to have a word to say, to listen the small business, because there is a small business which suffer by this anti-competitive practice. So we have to listen these small businesses. We can give them the floor, but we have to consider what they say. I don't know if you understand.
Can I answer to just a quick reply to Nathan? In the EU, the Digital Market Act sets a top-down compliance on gatekeepers, and compliance as costs that will pass on to their customers. There are small businesses. So I think that the private sector, yes, or at least their customers, the small businesses, should also be taken into consideration when it comes to co-regulation at this point.
Sure, that's great. Thanks for those contributions. Yes, I think we have a hand up in the crowd.
Thank you. Okay, we sorted out the mic. Hi, I'm Vittorio Bertola. I work for a German open source software company, a mid-sized one, that's called Open Exchange. So actually, I did want to enter into this discussion and actually provide a private sector perspective from European SMEs. Actually, we've been busy building actually a coalition, which is called the Coalition for Competitive Digital Markets, which is gathering over 50 companies, even if we just exist for, since a couple of months, from 16 countries, and almost all of them are SMEs. And we are actually trying to participate in the European regulatory discussion. So I actually wanted to say, first of all, that Nathan's comment was spot on. Actually, you do have this issue that from one point of view, you would like to get a more multi-stakeholder participation processes. I mean, like the IGF. I've been involved in this for like 20 years. I was one of the people that promoted, actually invented the IGF and promoted the idea of multi-stakeholder processes. So I'm all in favor of them. But the practical experience shows that over the internet especially, many of the multi-stakeholder processes, be them conferences, be them, for example, the standardization bodies, are dominated by the same big tech companies that dominate the markets. So if you go and try to participate into these processes, maybe if you go to the global standardization processes like the ITF or the W3C, there's a different set of big companies than the ones you find in European standardization venues like ETSI. But at the same time, these are typical places where big companies have the money and energies to send a lot of people, while small companies are very few. And they have a hard time because they have very few people, and maybe they follow it, maybe they're subscribed to mailing lists, maybe they even go to the meetings and sit in the last row of seats, but they never have the time to take leadership positions, to do a lot of work. So in the end, the result is deeply shaped by the biggest companies. And so we have to be very careful that whatever multi-stakeholder consultation processes or even deliberation processes are introduced around regulation are not so easy to capture by the biggest people, the people that can throw more money and more resources to them. And also, more in general, I think that for European SMEs, it's very important to finally start to see some regulation of digital markets. So we've been asking for this for quite some time. Because the imbalance in European digital markets is evident. And the fact that we now have network effects so that it's very hard to compete, even if you have good products, sometimes better products than the dominant ones, it's clear. So in the end, I would say that especially the Digital Markets Act does a good job in distinguishing between the big gatekeeper companies, which have the obligations, and the small business companies, which are protected. I mean, they are given opportunities for competition simply by the fact that, for example, the gatekeepers should be forced to open up their services to interoperability. And they are also given guarantees if they are customers or users of these big platforms, which is also very important because the imbalance of power in the business negotiation between Amazon and an Amazon supplier or a third party that wants to sell stuff on Amazon is clear, and it is huge. And so there is the need to protect these people with even the business terms, and the terms and conditions of these services should be, if not fully regulated, at least should have oversight by public regulators, because it's just too easy for the big platform to impose both to business users and to end users their own conditions, which often are not balanced and not fair. At the same time, I do recognize, I mean, it's true, as we were saying before, that there are other cases of regulation in which the lawmaker is thinking of obligations that are only possible for the very big companies, but are not really possible for the SMEs. So if you have to take down content in 12 hours, if you're a very big company, you can have people that spend all their time in interns in front of a computer and moderate content. If you're a 3-people company with a new community of social media, it's basically impossible to do that. So it's going to kill your business. So we have to be very careful that, I mean, to tell and explain to lawmakers that they have to make differences in these things. We have been sometimes successful. I mean, the copyright directive, the recent experience has been, I mean, good and bad. There are some really bad things about upload filters, but for example, we could get an exemption for open source code sharing platforms from the upload filters. This was obtained only because there was some active participation by the directly affected companies. And so we need to, maybe what we should do is also to mobilize more all the small business companies around the world and to participate in these lawmaking processes. So sorry if in the end this was more of a comment than a question, but maybe there's some reflection that the people want to make on this.
Thank you. I think that was really valuable. Anyone wish to comment on that?
Maybe also good to link it maybe with another question, because we're talking about in the great intervention we were talking about, well, it's actually really difficult for small and medium-sized enterprises to like kind of stand up and compete with the bigger companies, especially when it comes to policy making processes and to have your say and your input in that. And it was also shortly touched upon that it might actually need to be a worldwide effort to stand up against these big global companies. And I think maybe a question we can link to that is, do we think that there is a need for worldwide regulations or standards, especially because there are companies with a global reach, because we have cross-border data transfers. So we see that the market is not regional anymore, but it's a global thing. So do we think there is a need for worldwide regulation? And maybe Nathan or Rashi would like to say something about that.
I'm not, this is Ashley said, I'm not sure if we first need to have, I think, a commonly accepted definition of what we perhaps define regulation. It depends on which emerging technology you are specifically talking about. So I think we lack a commonly accepted, or rather I would say taxonomies. So I'm not sure if it's going to work, because you have some countries that have different legislation, and some countries, like I think in India, I do see there is a huge enforcement issue. So I'm not sure if the balance is going to be there. It needs to be more country specific. But yeah, there still might be room for more international cooperation, but I'm not sure on how many aspects. I'm not a lawyer, so I'm going to hand it over to a lawyer who might be able to provide a more detailed answer to this.
Nathan or Veronica, would one of you like to give your point of view on this?
Yeah. Actually, I was thinking that Vittorio just showed that there are perspective, points of view that are not taken into consideration from other stakeholders. For example, I could never have imagined that there are some issue that relates that concern directly the private sector. They are working on in a coalition in this sense. And I think that also the multi-stakeholder approach really apply to this. And I first mentioned the high-level group on regulation digital markets that is being embraced or included within the Digital Markets Act. That group is an advisory group. It's not it's not like doesn't concern co-regulation in that sense, but it's an advisory group that has certain tasks to advise the Commission in some area falling within the scope of the Digital Markets Act. And this is a step forward, in my opinion. It's not like including the multi-stakeholder approach in the lawmaking process, but, you know, we are stepping up, or we should at least.
Maybe a question for Nathan. I know you mentioned the European and the Japanese examples as regulations in this digital space. Are there any countries like emerging economies which are doing, in your mind, a good job at regulating the digital economies?
Elliot, can you repeat your question? I didn't get it.
Can you, in your mind, what are some of the best emerging economies dealing with digital competition? Like, are there any countries that are doing a good job at passing this from the emerging economies?
Mm-hmm. Okay. As I told in the according the anti competitive practice, we have the main problem everywhere. Even if in Africa we have the same problem. You know that in Africa, digital markets are not so developed. So we use European and Occidental, Chinese, American platforms. We still use it more than our own platform. So it's still the same problem. The local company have the same problem because they are not powerful to fight or to have a good concurrence against these big companies. And if we take the case of companies, big companies still try to buy the small ones, that is a problem. And we can take another case where big digital companies create regulations to make the small one have a good business online. So if we take the problem of marketplace, it's the same problem. On marketplace, the big companies are very good visibility than small ones. If you don't have money, if you are on the same marketplace, your visibility is very, very, very small. We don't see you. We only see companies who have big capacity to pay for publicities, to pay for spaces and other things. That is the same. So online or offline, the problem is still here. So we have to adapt the rules and policies offline on online. And I think that the internet must be a solution to resolve this kind of anti-competitive issues, practice. It's now to redistribute, to equalize all things. I think that this kind of event, IGF, we have to create these stakeholders, multi-stakeholders platform to hear and to consider what small companies have as problem. So that is my point of view according this. In Africa, it's the same, but the small company are very problem than small company in European and China, because we use a lot of digital business come from Occidental area.
Elder, take it away.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. Even though I am the rapporteur of this session and my job is to write down things, but this discussion made me think more about the things that's raised by the speakers and also the audience. And I want to ask actually Veronica, because I feel she's closer to the European Union perspective, because from the discussions, I understood that it may be the case that the Digital Markets Act, or for example, another regulations in the other parts of the world, they are not really reflecting the viewpoint of the small and medium-sized companies as the
audience also raised this concern. And is it possible, for example, to challenge these regulations after they are adopted? For example, in the European Union, has there been any cases at the level of European Court of Justice or by the small and medium-sized companies to challenge the regulation itself, even though they are not involved in the, let's say, the drafting process? Maybe they can enforce their rights, or maybe they can lobby against these regulations in other institutions like the courts. Is it possible, at least, even if there is no case, is it possible to do that? Or do you see any hopes? Thank you.
Can I answer to that?
Sure.
Yes, the Digital Market Act actually foresees the revising process of especially of the self-executing. There is a list or like kind of blacklists of activity that should be self-executing. And it specifically foreseen a process to update that list. I'm not sure that I answered your question because you were talking about challenging the regulation, but I think that the European Commission was thinking to make the DMA regulation as flexible as possible, because we acknowledge the fact that digital markets are, you are fast evolving markets. So it's not possible to foresee now in this moment in 2020, 2021, 2022, all the hypotheses. So yes, they are, you are considering to implement to adapt the DMA over time.
Nathan, please go ahead.
Okay, I want to add something about the end question. I know that if small business and want to challenge big ones, they have to denounce all anti-corruption, anti-competitive practice. One, to denounce, already denounce. And I see that if they want to win this war, because it's a war, it's a war. If small business want to win this war, they have to create a own federation, like society civil society governments, and fight against these practices. So if they put themselves in the group, if they create associations to fight, I would think that the problem will have a solution. Because if everyone want to fight alone, it's gonna be good. It's gonna be a big problem. It don't be the fight will be lost. I don't know if you understand. Thank you.
I think that's a great addition, and I think if there are no further comments from either the speakers or the public, I think it's a great point to take a look at the key takeaways that we had during the session. So first of all, my final question will be, are there any final points that people would like to bring forward? And I think then I can go to the key takeaways that we noticed during the session. And there are basically 6 points of which we think became very clear and that are points where we should take further action on. And maybe, who knows, for a session for next year, to find solutions for issues that we have identified during this session. And the first point is that it is not easy to come up with the best model for the regulation of digital markets. Governments may consider alternatives like constant monitoring and assessment of digital markets instead of quick regulation with hard law. So you really notice that hard law is not the way to go in all cases, and that the pieces of monitoring, also more multi-stakeholder consultations and points like that are actually much more effective to create regulations, maybe in the form of soft law, and to kind of take action whenever it's necessary instead of going through a full regulatory process. And the second point is, in addition to emerging regulations, the government should not ignore the fact that local entrepreneurs are not often at the same level as big tech companies to comply with those regulations. That's why the government should not always rush in the regulation. And I think this was very well illustrated with our basically guest speaker, to say, from the public, who represented the point of view from the private sector, and especially as being a small and medium-sized enterprise, so it's very difficult to compete with big tech companies when it comes to having influence on emerging regulations. And I think that is something that we might have to set up a session for next year, because I think that's a very interesting and specific point of view that we should definitely pay more attention to as well, because that's often overlooked. So I think it's great it was identified during the session. And then in the third point of view, which also very strongly links together with the second one, is that in terms of the regulations in the field of mergers and acquisitions, for example, the criteria to call a certain acquisition anti-competitive are not sufficiently effective to predict long-term impacts. And the criteria must be developed to be able to consider future impacts of the regulations as well. And there we notice that it's very much a focus on what's happening right now and maybe what's happening in the next few months. But as we see a lot, digital markets transform much faster than like our regular normal markets, which the regulators have been used to for years. So I think it's an incredibly important point of view to also take a look at the further future, and also to keep in mind that these developments in the digital markets take place much faster and much more unexpectedly than it does in our real life market, to say like that. And I think Veronica very well pointed that out during her first speech as well. And the fourth point is, despite the drawbacks of the multi-stakeholder approach, especially budget concerns, this approach is not only working well in practice, but also implemented in the practice of Latin American countries and India to produce better regulations for emerging digital markets. And I think we heard that very well from both Paola and Rashi, who gave great examples of how the multi-stakeholder approach was very useful in the case of making regulations in those countries, and where they very actively try to find a point of view from different stakeholders in a way that it could be could have like a proper impact on the regulation. So I think that's a very good example, and that those two countries definitely set an example for other countries as well, and I think especially for the European Union. And coming from the example of the European Union, the multi-stakeholder approach must be improved to be more inclusive with the participation of the academia. And I think we saw it very well from Veronica, who is a speaker from academia, who had great ideas, that those voices definitely need to be heard as well when we take into account the multi-stakeholder approach. So I think there we come up with the point that not only we need to look more at small, medium-sized enterprises, but also at academia and the research that's taking place there, in order to have a full and very effective multi-stakeholder approach, where we can also better look at the future impacts and the impacts for smaller companies. And then the last point, which is very important, is that there seems to be different approaches to the multi-stakeholder approach. both when you compare Latin American countries and India on one side, where it's generally positive and very impactful, and EU on the other side, which is accompanied by negative concerns, as we also saw in the interventions by our speakers and from the public. And the multi-stakeholder approach may sometimes result in compromising the small and medium-sized companies, even though the private sector is represented by big tech companies. So this is a point that we have seen a few times during this session, and that I also pointed out a few times during the discussion of the key takeaways, that there is very much a need to have more of a focus on small and medium-sized enterprise, because the private company is not only Apple and Facebook and Microsoft and all those companies, but also the small companies who come up with great solutions and great ideas who we should definitely listen to. And I think maybe an idea for next year is to, on one hand, look how can regulations be more future-proof, and on the other hand, also look at how can we involve, for example, academia, but also small and medium enterprises better in the multi-stakeholder model, and maybe how can we improve the multi-stakeholder model further. And I think that's a great point of discussion for after this session and hopefully at the IGF next year. So with 5 minutes to spare, I would say thank you so much. And I would very much like to hear if there are any concluding remarks from the speakers or from the audience. And I wish you all a great IGF and a great day.
I just wanted to thank you, since we have a few minutes left. I want to thank you, Daphne, Elliot, and Elnur, for organizing this session, pointing out that this has been organized by one of the youth with the youth initiative. So it's very well welcome, this opportunity to speak up in this platform. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to talk.
Thank you to Elno to inviting me at this session. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Daphne. Thank you, Elliot. After this session, I will launch the new version of my website in this room. I invited some friend here. So if we end with this session, my company is a digital agence in Burkina Faso, called it DigiClink, and we are going to launch a new version of website here in IGF. It's an honor for me. So I will launch it in a few minutes.
That's great. Congratulations on that launch. And I also very much want to thank our wonderful speakers, Paula, who unfortunately is not with us anymore, but also Veronica and Nathan and Rashi for their great contributions. And also thank you, Elliot and Elnur, for co-organizing this and helping in such a great way and coming up with all the solutions. I had an absolute blast. I really enjoyed it, and it gave me a lot to think about again. So thank you all so much.
Thank you, everyone.
Thanks, everyone. I really enjoyed and hope everyone has a good idea. Yeah.
Thank you, Rashi. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Good evening. My name is Marta Tudon, and I'm the Digital Rights Coordinator of Article 19 Office for Mexico and Central America. And it's a real pleasure to be here. I'm going to be moderating this session, and I'm also going to be the one that has the role of being very annoying with the time. So I'm going to be trying to control the time, and I'm going to ask the panelists that when they start hearing some music on my part, they have 1 minute to just wrap up their ideas and let the other person continue. So we are here because Article 19 is trying to present a proposal about how we can reduce the power of the concentration of power of digital platforms, because we all know, because of several reasons, the different impacts all their power have in our lives. So that's why we're here. Maria Luisa Stasi, she's the one from Article 19 office, the international office that work on this proposal. So she's going to present it. She's going to have 5 minutes for it, which she's going to respect as well. And then we're going to have 2 rounds of questions for our panelists, which I will introduce later on. So you're very, I hope you're comfortable. You're very welcome to be here. And Maria Luisa, you have 5 minutes to please tell us about our proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, Marta, and good morning, good afternoon, good evening to everyone. Indeed, it's a pleasure to be here. I would like to thank all the other speakers as well to take the time to join this panel and provide feedback and discuss with us this proposal. I am going to be brief, as you have understood, and I will build on what Marta said. So basically. Our main reason to come up with this proposal is because of all the challenges that we know we have today with content creation algorithms and the way content creation is performed on the major platforms today. There is a lot of research and some courageous whistleblowers. They have even reinforced our perception of how many challenges do we have. But the solution we have tried to we will try to present and discuss today, it focuses on a market perspective, let's say. So content creation is a service that today is offered in a bundle, in a package, together with other services. The main one is hosting. So every time we go on a large social media platform, we create a profile and we have the content created by the same platform. This is it makes a lot of economic sense for the platform for a number of reasons, and it's extremely easy to monetize. But it's not a necessity. So those 2 services, they can well be offered in a separate way, and our thinking is that why this doesn't happen, why this, what we would need to make this happen, and why this would be convenient. So the basic of our proposal is to, as Marta said, to unbundle the hosting and the content creation, to ask the large platform to unbundle those 2 services and to allow third-party players to come in and provide the content creation services to the users. In order to function, this proposal will need to be carefully designed. And what we're convinced about is that this phase of carefully designing it should be part of a very comprehensive debate. It cannot be relegated to a closed regulatory dialogue between the regulator and the large platforms, but all the relevant stakeholders to be involved. And for what we can say already, we make a number of recommendations. So first of all, it should be effectively implemented by an independent regulator because platforms simply don't have the incentive to do that in form of a self-regulation. It should be offered. Our suggestion is that this should be designed as a form of a functional separation. So the platform should actually be free to keep providing the content creation to the users that they want this. And we are extremely aware of a number of biases and a number of nudges. So that's why we believe that this should be presented to users as an opt-in. So users should actively decide the content creation provider they want to have. And if they want to stay with a large platform, they have to expressly say and choose that. This is a sort of a safeguard that we think is the bottom line. The other characteristics we can already suggest is that users, they should be able to make this choice at the beginning and at any point in time. Every time there is a new service that comes into the market that is more innovative, that they like the most, and they should be able to switch in an extremely easy and smooth way. So those are the main characteristics we can already envisage, and I'm more than happy to have this discussion with you today. Just the last point is why we do believe that it's so important to break this bundle and to open this market. Well, we see that there are a number of advantages, but the three main that I want to present now is, first, we're gonna give some power back to users, which is something that they don't have now. They will have real choices and real possibility to exercise those choices. Second, we will have competition on the market. We will have a variety of players that will provide a variety of services, and we will shift from a very highly concentrated scenario where a lot of power is in the hand of one or few companies to a decentralized scenario where this power is diluted, and we think that this is way more in line with our democratic values. I'll stop here, and I'm sure I'm very eager to listen to your feedback and comments. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Maria Luisa. So now it's the time for the first round of questions, but first I'm going to introduce our experts. So the panelists are Marcel Colaja. He's from the European Parliament, member of the Pirate Party. We have also Agustina del Campo. She's the director of CELE, Center for Studies on Freedom of Expression and Access to Information from the University of Palermo. We have Cory Doctorow, he's the EFF Special Advisor, and we have Vittorio Bertolla, Head of Policy and Innovation and Open Exchange. So for the first round of questions, we have 5 minutes per question, per answer. So when you start hearing the music, it means you have 1 minute left. The first question is for Marcel. We want to review the role of content curators through the market perspective. So why would you say it's important for the European Union to diversify the social media environment and create fair and open competition? What will this do for us users? You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. What are the rules here? Can I take off the mask when I speak? Right. Thank you, and thank you for the invitation. The European Parliament is finalizing its position on the Digital Services Act, which is a piece of legislation that sets new rules for content curation. But I will get into the details of it. But now, let me start from a bit of broader perspective. The internet has developed into an entity where a few dominant players on the market decide over access to content. In other words, what users see. Google, Facebook, and possibly a few others are the main entrants to the web for a majority of people. And I'll borrow a term from another piece of upcoming European legislation, which is called the Digital Markets Act. And I will call these the gatekeepers. These gatekeepers built their business models around pervasive personal data collection, around its processing, and then subsequent automated content curation. In other words, they decide what will be displayed to whom based on the personal data that they have collected and on the willingness to pay for audience. And the recommender systems are designed to maximize user engagement and by that maximize the profit. Now, how accurate does this statement get in the context of the recent revelations from Frances Haugen? She uncovered that Facebook was prioritizing content evoking negative emotions that boosts anger and hate in the society. The power of content curators is worrisome in relation to our democracy then. Sorting content based on mass personal data collection, killing diversity of news and information, feeding users with shocking content, and leading some of them deeper and deeper into rabbit holes of disinformation and conspiracy theories, and shaping the public opinion by that. So what can we as policymakers do about that? Well, the first tool is transparency, to oblige platforms to disclose why a particular content is displayed, to how many people, label if it is promoted, is it a political statement? If it's a political statement, who financed it? And these basic obligations need to apply to everyone. However, this is really insufficient. We need ways to analyze and process the data. We need access to transparency not only by an individual, not only by the users, but also by NGOs and consumer organizations, so that the ecosystem can be evaluated as a whole. And my very basic political premise when it comes to technologies is to give the control back to people. They should be able to easily define and set their own content curation, what they want to be displayed and what is relevant for them. We need to give the decision about what is relevant into the hands of people. Now, back to the European legislation. The Parliament's position on the Digital Services Act, which will be voted in the committee just next week, defines obligations concerning transparency of recommender systems. There's still room for improvement, though. The obligations apply only to main parameters of the recommender system, and exceptions in the name of protection of trade secrets and so-called intellectual property pose a major threat to severe limitations of the obligations. Also, the Digital Services Act defines additional obligations for very large online platforms, and the Parliament's position makes it clear that they need to provide at least one recommender system that is not based on profiling. Unfortunately, it doesn't have to be the default one. And also, there is no interoperability obligations that would make it possible for users to supply their own third-party providers recommender system. And now, speaking of interoperability, my last piece, one of the major priorities of my political group in the Digital Markets Act is to introduce interoperability obligation for social networks. And that made it to the final Parliament's position, which will be voted in the plenary also next week. However, this obligation will be a major contributor to bringing competition back to the market by limiting the network effects that keep users locked in on a major platform. However, I see room for improvement there as well. So, as you can see, the new European Digital Legislative Package delivers some improvements. However, to some extent, it is also a missed opportunity. So please keep your fingers crossed that we get the best out of it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Marcel. Our next panelist, well, the question is going to be for Corey, and we're going to talk about the privacy paradox. So, Corey, could you please tell us what gains and risks in terms of data protection come with a diversified environment for content curators? And also, how do we ensure that new players comply with high privacy and human rights standards? You have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Marta. Hello, everyone, both those of you who are remote and my fellow super spreaders here in the hall. When we talk about these digital networks, we tend to overemphasize the role that network effects play in their dominance. We do see network effects at play with these large firms. They grow by dint of the fact that people want to join because people have already joined, right? You go to Facebook because your friends are on Facebook, and once you're there, that's a reason for someone else to join Facebook. But in light of all that, it's worth asking why people stay on Facebook or in any of the other walled gardens, because I don't think I've ever met anyone who's happy with any of them. It may not be possible to make a service that serves 3 billion users who are in hundreds of countries speaking hundreds and hundreds of languages, whose moderation norms can be adequately captured in a 3-ring binder that you can give to a traumatized subcontractor in the Pacific Rim. And as a result, you have people who stay but don't like it. And when you ask the firms why people stay there, they say, well, they're revealing their preference, right? They're showing you that they actually don't mind it at all. If they did, they would just leave. But when you look at their private communications, you see something very different. You see, for example, in the amended complaint that the FTC brought against Facebook, that these firms deliberately engineer in high switching costs. Switching costs are what you have to give up when you leave a service.
So in the amended complaint against Facebook, you have executives sending memos to Mark Zuckerberg saying we need to make our photos product really good so that people will lock their family photos up with us so that we can abuse them more to our benefit, because who would leave if it means leaving behind your family photos? So all of this is to say that anything that allows people to lower their switching costs, right? To have somewhere else that they can go to get their curation, somewhere else that they can go to get some other service from these dominant platforms that has different rules and different policies that more closely reflect what they want and their values and their priorities, is going to be to the good. It's going to be a corrective for these network effects, because people can leave without having to surrender their contact with their friends and family. Now, the firms themselves will tell you that this will be a catastrophe for privacy reasons. Facebook will say, if we allow people to use a service other than Facebook to talk to their Facebook friends, what would stop Cambridge Analytica from showing up and taking all of those users' data? We need to be there to defend those users, and we can only do that if we have a monopoly on how you talk to Facebook users. Well, there's an obvious rejoinder, which is that Facebook has already disqualified itself from defending us against Cambridge Analytica by failing to defend us against Cambridge Analytica. But there's another more important point that might get lost in there, which is that Facebook does in fact defend you against lots of attacks, as does Apple, as does Microsoft, as does Google. They just don't defend you against the attacks that are good for their shareholders. That when it comes to your interests and their interests win. And if they think that you can't leave, then they will shift their conduct towards their benefit and to your detriment. Apple will defend your privacy unless you're a user in China, in which case Apple will surrender your privacy because the cost to their shareholders of losing access to Chinese manufacturing and consumers is too high. Microsoft will defend your privacy if you want to use Bing, but not if you're an Office 365 user, in which case they'll gather data on every single thing you do and tell your boss about it. So all of these firms make poor guardians of our privacy. To hold them to account, what we need is not for these firms to use their own judgment about when your privacy matters and when it doesn't, but for there to be a freestanding privacy law, something like the GDPR or like the many federal proposals we've had in the United States, that allows users to have a private, I hear the music, that allows users to have their private right of action so that they can seek action. They don't have to convince a federal official that they need, that their case is worth taking up. That is to say, we need universal standards for when privacy is worth defending, not particularized standards or parochial standards set in corporate boardrooms. And we need fit tools for purpose. The fact that these firms say that the way that they're going to defend our privacy is by aggressively invoking cybersecurity law, copyright law, or contract law is absurd. It's like the firefighter telling you that they're going to put out your fire by aggressively using their Wi-Fi. If we want to fight fires, we use firefighting equipment. If we're going to fight for privacy, we should have privacy laws. And I'll close by saying that we are at a crossroads now in terms of how we relate to these firms. And you can see it in the Digital Services Act and the Digital Markets Act. There is a large constituency of people that would like firms to be better at being in charge of our digital lives, right? The problem with Mark Zuckerberg is that he's a bad digital king of 3 billion people's lives, and we'll make him a good digital king with the right laws or the right rules, or we'll replace him and have someone else be in charge of Facebook. And then there's a group of people who want to abolish the job of digital king for 3 billion people. And you kind of can't do both. So in the Digital Services Act, we have proposals for upload filters. These cost hundreds of millions of dollars. They're blunt instruments, and they enshrine the dominance of large platforms. In the Digital Markets Act, you have interoperability that would break the model that those upload filters rely on. And we really have to choose one or the other. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Corey. The next question is for Vittorio. Vittorio, which technical conditions and standards need to be in place for third parties, content curators to be able to do their jobs? And we're talking about interoperability and data security standards and the role of standard setting bodies. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Well, yes, I'd like to provide a perspective from someone who has been involved in designing internet standards and in implementing internet technologies for quite some time. the first thing I'd like to stress is that what is being proposed here, unbundling, interoperability, is not really nothing new, not a weird idea that someone just came up with. It's actually one of the basic principles over which the internet was built. If you go and read the architectural documents of the early mass internet from the 90s, like RFC 1958, there are some architectural principles like modularity and open standardization, which put together create interoperability and unbundling. They basically, the idea is that internet services should be built over modules as small as possible that can be replaced, that interact with other modules through open standards, so that multiple vendors, multiple service providers can provide the same service, and you can choose one and replace one with the other and still interact with all the modules nearby. So this is why the idea of unbundling the content curation algorithm is good, and it's simply what was originally considered one of the founding elements and for success of the internet. So even the security and privacy concerns sort of fade away if you consider that we already have open federated services like this. I mean, email, the web, are these internet services from the first generation, and they are mostly still built over these principles. And they are not less secure or less private than this new wave of services like social media or instant messaging. And many of the problems that are inherent in having, for example, multiple different providers treating your data have already been solved for this. I mean, we just need to do the same. Another good example, which recently came in force, is the European Payment Services Directive #2, which has created basically a way for third parties to aggregate your personal banking information for multiple banks where you have an account or a relationship with, and then arrange the content and present it to you in a way you like. So this is exactly what we should do here for content creation over social media, and it's already been done and it works and people are happy about it. So I mean, there could be problems of implementation, but they have mostly already been solved, so that the sky will not fall over our heads because we introduced this kind of unbundling. And in terms of technical standards, there are already many technical standards. I mean, there's ActivityPub, which is a W3C standard for federated social media. There's a distributed federated social media network like Mastodon, which is already working on it, and it serves millions of people. So again, this is not some weird abstract concept. It's something that already works. There will be the need to define more standards and fix the ones that already are there, complete them. The internet already has standardization organizations. The view maybe is somehow different depending on whether you're from Europe or you're from the US, because traditionally the global internet standardization organizations have been mostly led by US people and US companies. So I understand that in Europe there is a bit of concern that if you just defer these activities to the global internet SDOs, the result might be that the big tech companies from the US that we want to constrain, we will still dominate the technical discussion there. Europe has an alternative system of standardization organizations like ETSI, which unfortunately have not been so open to internet technologies, especially to participation by other than big European companies. So it's, again, I think we should find a good model. The message I want to give is that we possibly need both. We need multi-stakeholder discussion over these standards, and we possibly need to let the internet standardization organization work on them and propose them, but we also need the regulators to check what is being done then and ensure that it meets the public concerns and the public policy objectives. But in the end, to close, the last message I want to give is that I absolutely agree that we should do both. So there are, yes, I heard this. There are two types. I mean, interoperability is both vertical, meaning that you separate the services into smaller modules, and it's horizontal, meaning that you can replace the service provider with another one. We should get both. So in a way, we could introduce some bundling of content curation and even moderation algorithms, which is vertical interoperability. And we should also introduce competition and regulation against the network effect so that you get horizontal interoperability and more service providers. And in the end, I am a long-term Facebook user with like 12,000 followers, and I cannot switch to anything else because I would lose my friends that I discuss it every day, though I also hate Facebook. So that's really the situation we are in. And Facebook makes me really angry by presenting me with lots of anti-vax content because I'm one of the people posting scientific content and arguing against that. And so they give me more of that and they make my life really terrible. So I really look forward to having the ability to choose the content I really want to see. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Vittorio. And the last question of this first round goes to Agustina. Agustina, how do we escape from the data exploitation logic of usual business models? Are alternative business models even possible? And, taking into account communities of content creators and moderators. You have 5 minutes. Oh, Agustina was just here, and I think she logged out accidentally. Yes. Okay, so we have a little problem with that, but it doesn't matter. We can go with her after, and we can start the second round. The second round is gonna be one same question for everyone. Let me see if Agustina is not here. Okay, she's not here. So it's going to be the same question for all of our experts. And the question is, how will you make this proposal better? How will you improve it? What will you add? What will you remove? You don't have to explain why. You sure have your expert reasons, but we just want to hear like straightforward ideas. And you just have 3 minutes to answer this question. So remember, when 1 minute is missing, I'm gonna start playing the song. So we're gonna follow the same order to leave room for Agustina to join. So Marcel, how would you improve this proposal? You have 3 minutes.
Yes. Thank you. You mean the proposal of unbundling? Is that correct?
Yes.
Yes. Well, I'm not sure we need to improve the proposal itself. I think we need to improve legislation so that it allows this to happen. So as Vittorio said, that was, I think, very right on spot, that we need both vertical and horizontal interoperability. I pushed really, really hard in the Digital Markets Act, because I'm the shadow rapporteur for that, for interoperability obligations and having even very specific obligations when it comes to interoperability for chat platforms and social network services. So that is the horizontal type of interoperability obligation that would make it possible that if users are on Facebook, they could also talk to their friends that are on other social networks, like on Mastodon, for instance. Well, Mastodon itself is actually an example of a social network that is federated, which means interoperable horizontally between the different instances of its own network. If I am on one instance, I can talk to my friends on other instances. But in addition to that, and this is what this proposal is about, it is also important to think about, okay, if we have some really large online platforms that are dominant on the market and concentrate so much power, it would also make sense to introduce interoperability vertical that would make it possible to functionally separate the different components of that particular platform, which means that if Facebook provides hosting of the social network, it not necessarily means that they also have to provide content curation. They could, but they should be, but users should be able to provide their own recommender system, their own content curation that would make it possible to introduce competition on the market of content curation.
Thank you so much for this answer. And then we're going to go with Corey. How will you improve this proposal? And you have 3 minutes.
So I think if we're going to make the proposals sturdy, we need to think not just about how they work, but what happens when they fail and how they fail. So you heard Vittorio talk about how standards can be hijacked by big firms. I've spent 20 years having my brains melted in standards meetings by big firms that hijack standards. I know that it's true. It happens. It's real. So what can you do to ensure that when a standard is hijacked, or when the future comes along and people have curation needs that were not countenanced in the original regulation, to ensure that the law keeps up with the pace of technology. And for that, I think we just need to look to technologies past. Historically, it has been common for new market entrants to create interoperability without permission against the wishes of dominant actors. So you had plug-compatible mainframe components that did this to IBM in the 60s and 70s. You had Apple doing it to Microsoft with the iWork suite, which reads and writes Microsoft Office files. There's no reason that we couldn't still be doing that. There's no reason that a new firm couldn't come up that would go and scrape your waiting Facebook messages and put them in a new inbox for you on another service and let you reply to them and push them back out to Facebook. Well, actually, there is one reason, which is that Facebook would use the law to reduce you to a radioactive crater, which is what they've done to everyone who's tried it. So what we need to do is immunize people who engage in this form of adversarial interoperability from liability under a variety of legal theories: cybersecurity, contract, copyright, this huge arsenal that tech firms have amassed that they use to fence off adversarial interoperators. We actually have a special word for adversarial interoperability at EFF because it's a cruelty to ask a non-native English speaker to say adversarial interoperability. So we say competitive compatibility, which we can shorten to ComCom, which is kind of fun to say. So we can use ComCom as the other side of a seesaw, where on the one side you have these mandates that we're going to make as good as we can and that we're going to enforce as vigorously as we can. But on the other side, you have the possibility of open guerrilla warfare, where if the standard doesn't do what you need to do, or if the firm is messing with the standard to exclude you from it, all you need to do is figure out how to make it work on your own. Now, firms will often have their hands stayed by the threat of that because it represents unlimited potential technical and financial downsides to them, because they're going to have to fight off these new interoperators that are going in through a back door they're making themselves. And so they might just come into compliance as a result. But if they don't, you have a remedy available. You have people who are being frustrated by the shenanigans of these large firms who can engage in self-help. And in order to make that work, and in order to ensure that we can distinguish ComCom from, say, hacking Facebook and stealing all their users' data, again, we need a freestanding privacy and data protection regime that doesn't distinguish between whether Facebook is doing you wrong or whether someone who's interoperating with Facebook is doing you wrong. And it doesn't ask Facebook to make that call, but instead asks democratically accountable officials to make that call. And so that's what I think we need to do to make this sturdy. Otherwise, what we're going to see is, even if we get it implemented, we're going to have to fight forever to keep the large firms from neutering it.
Thank you so much. We're going to have the same question for Vittorio, but before I pass the mic to him, I wanted just to let you know that Agustina is facing some connectivity issues. So if she's back, we're going to ask her to answer the first question of the first round. But if not, I'll let Maria Luisa to have a quick wrap up. So Vittorio, same question. How would you improve this proposal? And you have 3 minutes.
Well, speaking of the proposal in itself, I think that we should do more unbundling. And one particularly important thing that should be unbundled from all these platform services is identity, single sign-on, because we have a sort of almost hidden oligopoly by mostly Google, Facebook, and Apple now in how you log into these services. And this is really creating basically an opportunity for them to track whatever you do over the internet without really having to track you. So, I mean, it's you that tell them all the websites you log into, and they just collect the data. So you should be allowed to put your identity, your personal information somewhere else, and use that information within the social media platform of your choice, and also within the instant messaging service and within any other website and any other service you want. You should really be able to pick your identity provider. And the problem now, paradoxically, is that there are too many open identity projects. And so, I mean, there is no real competitor to these closed ones. We really need to find one. And by the way, Europe has the IDAS, which is really a great thing, but it only works for big, strong public administration logging. It doesn't really work for everyday use, and it never will. So we need something else that is fit for everyday usage. And more in general, I mean, since we have an MEP here, I think that we should try not to make these proposals too much focused on specific services. I mean, of course, now social media is all the rage, and we need to address that. But maybe we solve all the social media issues, and in 5 years it's something different, where public opinion forms and we exchange information in WeChat. So we need to establish these things as principles for all services, for all cases. So I'm really happy that we got the 2 new clauses in the DMA about social media and instant messaging, but we should really, if possible, try to get a general principle in that, saying that any dominant platform in platform services of public relevance should interoperate with third parties, so that there can be competition. And this is the kind of reasoning that we need to have. And it also helps to prevent the risk of ossifying regulation, so that you prevent innovation. This is an objection you often get. But if you limit yourself to this kind of high-level architectural principles, and then let maybe the technical implementation part deal with the service of the moment, I think that the result will be pretty positive.
Thank you so much, Vittorio. Maria Luisa, could you please give us a wrap-up of all of the interventions of our panelists? And then we are going to go with questions and answers from the public. So if you have anything you want to be set straight or anything, just please let us know, and we can ask our panelists, including Maria Luisa. So Maria Luisa, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Marta. Well, the first way I have to wrap up is to thank you all for all this very well thought comments, and for flagging a variety of challenges and strengths that are part of this proposal. By the way, we have shared on the chat the link to our policy brief, and it's going to be on our webpage if anyone else wants to have a look, and we're going to be more than happy to receive your comments and suggestions. It seems to me that there is a sort of a consensus among us that interoperability is a sort of a building block of the digital environment that was created in the 90s, as Victoria reminded us, but also of that vision that we have about the future and how we want to interact with services and products online in the future, of possibly from now on, from today on, or from yesterday, even better. So this is, I think it's definitely interoperability and shaping this right will be an essential component of this specific unbundling proposal for hosting and content creation, and this and possibly for many more markets that are currently locked in and where gatekeepers dominate. There are a couple of things that I've noted down, which is definitely this idea of what to do if something fails, if the standard fails, etc. And I do believe that one of the biggest safeguard is to ensure as much transparency as possible, to engage users as much as possible in this kind of discussion, and try to avoid that the solutions to fix the problems come always from the same player and always from the same direction. But to sort of try to set the condition for these kind of choices from this balancing exercise in between variety of trade-off and risks to be performed by society as a whole and not by just a handful of players. And what else can I say? When it comes to more unbundling and trying to get it right with the DSA and the DMA, well, one of the most frustrating things in the past couple of weeks has been when a number of proposals that were tabled for Article 29 of the DSA to include this sort of unbundling and interoperability for third-party recommender systems was not sufficiently endorsed and supported. So there, I think we are again, we've seen that there is some consensus. Having said that, I am absolutely convinced that Article 19 with this proposal is at the beginning. We are happy to have put something on the table. It can be improved, and our call is a call for every stakeholder to contribute to that improvement if they want to. So yeah, I'll stop here for the moment. And is Christina back or not?
Thank you, Maria Luisa. No, she's not back. But if she comes back, we can let her in our discussion. But in the meantime, does anyone have any questions for our panelists or any ideas you would like to share? A reaction? You love it, you hate it, why? Please share it with us. Otherwise, I don't know if the panelists want to react to the intervention of Maria Luisa. Yes, I see Marcel. Yes, there's a tiny camera. Yeah, Marcel. Thank you.
Yes, thanks. That was me who raised my hand. Not to Maria Luisa, but what has been said before by Vittorio on interoperability. I totally agree that we must not stop with interoperability of social networks and chat platforms, which in the European legislation jargon is number-independent interpersonal communication services. And there is actually, as a matter of fact, a broader, more general interoperability clause in the Digital Markets Act, and I'm really happy that it got into there. But I'm also sure that only the time will show what it really means, how this is going to be implemented, how this will really work. And I am also sure that we will need some revision after a couple of years to reflect the development on the market.
Thank you, Marcel. Yeah, go ahead, Corey.
Marta, may I? Yeah. I wanted to bring something up that didn't work into my main remarks that I think is a way to optimize standardization and mandates, which is the standards process always includes a part where you decide what the standard is for, what it's going to do, and then a part where you describe how the standard works. And you can split those two parts from one another, functional requirement and the implementation. And one thing that you can do to kind of future-proof things and allow for innovation and make it easier for new market entrants to determine whether or not the standard is being adhered to or not is to make the reference implementation from the standard the safe harbor. So you know that you're complying with the law if you implement it the way the standards body says you should. But you can also do anything you want so long as it fulfills the requirements. And that allows firms that have ideas that are incompatible with the implementation, but that still satisfy the requirements to go ahead. And it forestalls the argument that you're freezing in amber the dynamic process by which large firms make and update their services. There's an old saying in tech standardization that an API is a promise. Right? And so if we're going to ask them to make a promise that they'll never break for 50 years, maybe we can let them kind of set the contours of that promise, not the minimum part of that promise, but the exact framework for that promise. And then, we still have the ability to go to a regulator or go to court and argue about whether their implementation does meet the requirements, right? That's still intact, but you're not having a government committee write software for Facebook, which I think is probably something most of us would prefer.
Thank you, Corey. Vittorio, would you like to take the mic or you're okay?
I mean, I'm fine. I think we could talk about this for hours, but I'd really like to hear someone from the audience if there's anyone that has anything to say or to suggest. Are we all agreeing on this?
I think with the proposal as uncontroversial as ours, that we couldn't expect any disagreement. So
I think that's good. So I can't actually see anyone from the audience, but if you have any questions or reactions, please let us know. There's one. I really cannot see. Would you please have hand him or her the mic?
We have a question. You there, total stranger. What is your question?
Thank you, Corey.
Corey may have heard this question before. So I like the proposal. I'm a enthusiastic supporter of these types of interoperability, competitive compatibility mandates. One of the things I think about is whether they solve any of the other problems we tried to solve on the internet, or whether this is really purely a benefit to users and a user empowerment thing. And one of the obstacles I always come upon is what I tend to call sort of the stupid neighbor problem, where we think that if I have the ability to choose a different service, I will, but I worry about my neighbor who gets seduced by all the fake things they see on Facebook, and they're still going to make bad choices. And so one of the things I try and think about is does interoperability help with that at all? Most people don't think that with misinformation, for example, most people, if you'd ask someone, they'd say, well, misinformation is not a problem for me because I can sort it out, I can figure it out, right? And if I had a different service to go to that had less information, that'd be great for me. But it wouldn't solve the problem because there's some people who aren't smart enough, to go to a different service. So this is my unformed question. To what's the limitations of this in trying to solve problems? And then the other concern is is there a problem we're creating or exacerbating if we do this? And I don't know the answer to that, but that's what I think about a lot.
Thank you so much. This is such an important question. And Maria Luisa wants to answer it. So Maria Luisa, go ahead.
Well, I'm sure that each of the panelists has an answer as well, but maybe I can just break the ice and say, a couple of things. There are a number of relevant things to answer to this question. I think the premise is when we talk about the unbundling of hosting and content creation, we're not giving up on having rules for content moderation. So we're not giving up on having human rights standards for content moderation. It doesn't matter which kind of provider we use. So our idea is that this very much complements human rights standard for content moderation. The second point is, it is true that there is always the risk that certain people, they actually want to be exposed to a certain content that we might deem not to be worth it. Well, two elements there. First of all, we need to keep, I think we need to keep separated when it comes to illegal content or what has been, variously defined or labeled as harmful but legal content or certain similar definitions. Because for the good or for the bad, this is part of our free expression. So if someone wants to look for harmful content, I think as a society we need to cope with the fact that yes, they're free to do it, as long as it's not illegal for international or national law. The other point is, it is true that how we can try to, I wouldn't say fix it, but we can try to minimize this risk if we care about, the entire society being better off. One major difference that I see is that this is already happening, but now it's happening in a very untransparent way. People are not aware, not enough, not sufficiently, and they have no choices. If you implement this unbundling, you create a diversified environment with a number of choices, etc. At least we're going to have the transparency. At least people are going to be a little bit more aware. At least they will need to have to perform an active choice to go and look for that content. But they will not. What I'm trying to say is that ideally, a diversified environment to empower users is going to make them more active in their online experience. While nowadays, what I see is that the majority of us, we are just passively taking everything is provided to us. So this, I think, in the medium and long term, this is ideally what I would like to say, and what I would like to see happening. Yeah.
Thank you, Maria Luisa. Cory has a reaction and also Vittorio. So I'm gonna give the mic first to, Cory, Vittorio, and then Marcel.
So I guess it depends on what your theory of why people are looking at stuff we think of as radicalizing or disinformation is there. So there's one theory, the kind of mind control theory, that Mark Zuckerberg made a mind control ray to sell your nephew fidget spinners, and then Robert Mercer stole it and made your uncle into a QAnon, right? And if you think that, then yeah, if we let people have more than one place to go, maybe the mind control won't work anymore. There is another possibility, right, which is that your uncle was always a racist. And I don't know that, excuse me, I don't know that we can solve that with by making it illegal to have racist ideas or to go into forums with other racists and talk about racism, notwithstanding human rights frameworks and what have you. If something is lawful to utter in your kitchen among friends, there will be digital kitchens in which people will gather and say those things. And I think that any attempt to stamp that out with moderation policies, as we've seen, is going to do more harm than good. It's going to capture more counter speech than speech. After all, there are a lot of people who tolerate a lot of things that are indistinguishable from racial abuse online, but that don't actually cross the line. That the difference between almost but not quite racial abuse and racial abuse is indistinguishable to the person who's experiencing it. And so there are lots of ways that you can violate the spirit of that law without ever committing an unlawful speech act. And really, by giving people a place to go where the community is small enough and the moderation is sensitive enough to the local norms that they can make those fine-grained and nuanced distinctions, because the people making those distinctions are part of the affected community, is the best hope we have for keeping people out of harm's way of that lawful but awful speech.
Thank you, Cory. Vittorio?
Yes, I think there are at least two parts to this story. The first one is that in regulatory terms, creating competition is not enough if you don't let people, actually choose it. And the dominant platforms will do whatever they want and they can to prevent people from actually choosing competitors, even once they exist. And we've seen that with cookie pop-ups, for example, which in theory you need to give consent, but in practice they nudge you into giving consent even without realizing it. So you don't just need to introduce unbundling. You need to introduce principles on, for example, non-self-preferencing or defaults or pre-installation of apps, all these kind of things. But you do need to introduce them at the high level, not to be prescriptive. Like exactly on mobile phones today, you need. That needs to be left to an implementation phase with the regulators and the multi-stakeholder technical community. But then, once you actually get to give a practical choice to users, then it's true that there will be users that make bad choices, and there are many people that are afraid of that. Actually, in my interactions with MEPs, not from the same party as Marcel, other groups, I got that answer. I said, okay, you're proposing to have a federated, open, interoperable social media, but then how do we get content taken down promptly? It's much easier to get disinformation taken down if we only have one big social media provider and we tell them what to do. And I replied, yes. It's also easier to avoid disinformation if you only have one newspaper in your country, and then, they're the only people you have to talk with. But we've decided long ago that that's not good for other reasons. So it's exactly the same. Social media are the newspapers of today also. And so we need to apply that the same scale, the same principles. But also the other thing I'm wary of is that this argument is exactly what is being used by big tech to deprive users of choice. So if you talk with people at, let's not make names, Apple, they tell you that they have to introduce super encrypted, super closed systems and take over DNS and other things that traditionally were provided by your ISP or other partners, other third parties, because in that way they can ensure your privacy and security because they can control everything. And there is some merit to the fact, that they can prevent you from making bad choices, but not giving you a choice. But still, that's extremely dangerous because this is building again and again this kind of centralized, closed, opaque ecosystem in which no one has a word except the CEO of these companies. And now that everything gets encrypted, you don't even know where your data are going, and you have really no control over what they are doing about your data and your things. So, I take that the concern is valid, but we have to be careful not to allow other people to use it for their own business interests.
Thank you, Vittorio. Marcel?
Speaking of newspapers, it's indeed not a good idea to have just one publisher in the country, even though it's easier to control what is in there. Unfortunately, even in some European countries that joined the European Union as democratic countries, we see this trend of consolidation of the media landscape, and then them becoming either under state control or oligarchs control, and that's another very dangerous trend. But completely off topic here, of course. What is relevant in terms of disinformation, and it's not connected with unbundling, but I think it really needs to be mentioned, is the way how the content is spread. The content is amplified by those social network platforms in a way that they, do the content curation and they prioritize the content that you see. But of course, they want to make money out of it. The tool that they have at hand is that they know, oh, these 5 people here in the room, they actually believe that the Earth is flat. And over there, these 5 people, they actually think that some other conspiracy theory is very valid. So why don't we throw them with some other ideas an advertiser may think, and can target specifically these groups of people. And this can only work if we collect the enormous amount of personal data. And then we do a so-called targeted advertising, which actually should be called surveillance advertising or tracking-based advertising. And I believe that we truly need to regulate this, and we actually need a ban of surveillance advertising, because if we do not do this, then it will be extremely easy to amplify such content. Now, if this was not possible, I would even say that it would be extremely difficult to amplify such content, because then how do you do it? Of course, there are ways, but the truth is that today, if you want to spread disinformation, then you have to throw a large amount of money at it in the very beginning, and this wouldn't be possible anymore to target it. So the tool actually would be very ineffective.
Thank you, Marcel. And I think, like you said, it's not really part of the unbundle, but I think it's part of the problem to try to analyze all parts of what meaningful connectivity entails, and how I was also thinking that we have 4 minutes and then they will shut us down. So I'm just going to be quick. I was thinking about the unbundling and how it relates to other efforts, such as the oversight board, and when it's like no net neutrality and you have 0 rating. So it means it will entail that the same platforms will be able to have the same power, or why not? So maybe, Maria Luisa, you can explain a little bit more. If this is like a combo solution, or you need like several regulatory frameworks or policies at the same time to be able to decrease their power, the platforms. When you have like 3 minutes, sorry.
Just to jump in very, very briefly, I think that once again, all these concerns that we have raised, they're all legitimate, and most probably we have no one-stop shop solution to fix them all. I still believe that if we do open up markets and if we diversify and decentralize the environment, we have way more chances to see a variety of business model appearing, and a variety of services that are diverse, and they could provide better compliance with disinformation issues or privacy issues, and so on and so forth. The main point, I think, is to try to figure out a way to have this variety, this diverse landscape, and also complementary to that, to find a way to empower consumers as much as possible. As I said at the beginning, I don't think the unbundling of hosting and content creation can fix all these things at once, but I do believe that if we don't have interoperable services, and if we don't have open markets, if we don't have alternative players, if we don't have user empowerment, then it is going to be extremely difficult to fix any other challenge, being this disinformation, surveillance, targeted surveillance advertising, the spread of hate speech, and so on and so forth.
Thank
Marta,
you so
may
much.
I say a closing word?
Yeah, but we have 1 minute.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Very quickly. So I want to say that I actually think the fact that this has more moving pieces is a feature and not a bug. That when we talk about media consolidation, we're talking about the same underlying economic policy choices that created tech consolidation. It wasn't an accident that the web turned into 5 giant websites filled with screenshots of text from the other 4. It was merger forbearance and a tolerance for anti-competitive conduct. People suffer under that in every realm.
2 companies own all the breweries. 1 company owns all the eyewear. There's 4 companies that own all the shipping lines, and they keep building bigger and bigger container ships that get stuck in the Suez Canal. We are all laboring under some form of monopoly. And the fact that there are other elements of this problem that are not tech problems, but rather problems with concentration in other sectors, doesn't mean that we have to solve all the problems at once. It means we have an army of allies in every sector, cheerleaders who can only get their uniforms from 1 company, runners who can only get their shoes from 2 companies, right? All of these people are on the same side as us. They just don't know it yet. So that, I think, is the ultimate strength that we have in the fact that this is this big, wicked problem with so many different facets.
Awesome. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you, Marcel, Cory, Vittorio, Maria Luisa. Thanks the audience here and like in Zoom and there. Thank you. Have a great day. I'm sorry I have to say goodbye this fast, but sorry. Bye. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Great. Okay. So we begin. Greetings, everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending on wherever you are in your respective positions. Welcome to this session at the IGF, leveraging the UNGPs for the tech sector. Today we are here. Today we are here to basically share our experiences. It's basically in the title. We are sharing our experiences in leveraging the United Nations Guiding Principles on Business and Human Rights to push for digital rights advocacy for technology users in our respective countries. Catherine, could you go to the next slide, please? Thank you. Right. And first, let me introduce myself. My name is Mariam Lee, and I am going to be the facilitator for this session today. I work as Strategic Program Manager at the IO Foundation, which is a digital rights organization working on data-centric digital rights. We are very happy here to be at the Internet Governance Forum, and I would like to take this opportunity to wish everyone a happy Human Rights Day. This session is going to be held for 90 minutes. We will have presentations by our panel of speakers today, who I will introduce. And as usual, you may raise your hand if you'd like to speak. Use the Q&A function to ask questions, and use the chat function to comment or give your feedback. Very much welcome everyone to join in the discussion we have today. And there will be time for discussion at the after the presentations. So now I would like to introduce all of you to our panel. We are going by order of speaking. We have Catherine Doyle from Global Partners Digital. We have myself, Mariam. I'm based here. We are based here in Malaysia. Then we have ADC, a civil society organization based in Argentina, represented by Eduardo. And then we have Paradigm Initiative, a digital rights organization based in Nigeria. We have Gabriel here, representing Paradigm Initiative. And we have Internet Lab, who we're going to be hearing from Barbara. And then we have Institute for Policy Research and Advocacy, ELSAM, based in Indonesia, Ms. Alia. And then we're going to have Kennedy from the Bloggers Association of Kenya. So that's who we are. As for why we're here, just a little bit of background. We've had this session before at the RightsCon that was held in last June, if I'm not mistaken. And we focus a lot more on national action plans, which are actually policy documents which a government articulates priorities and actions that it will take to protect human rights from business-related activities. Just a little bit of background. As of today, 26 countries have published a national action plan. The earliest being the UK in 2013, and the latest being Japan in 2020. In Asia, the first to officially adopt a national action plan was Thailand in October 2019, and there is a specific mention for technology and digital rights protection in most of these, some of these countries' areas of focus. Japan in particular has a particular mention for technology and digital rights, which is a step in the right direction. However, very few of these existing national action plans currently address the specific impacts of human rights by the activities of tech companies, even though as the COVID-19 pandemic has highlighted that the potential scope of these impacts is pretty substantial. So we believe that tech companies can play a very positive role in enabling the exercise of human rights For example, enabling remote access to education and health services, but they can also pose a risk. Internet shutdowns, blocking access to information, privacy breaches, and also bias in AI and things like that. So what we're going to be talking about essentially is about how we connect digital rights advocacy in general to global United Nations framework, specifically the United Nations Guiding Principle on Business and Human Rights, and also the possible connections to the Sustainable Development Goals. Okay. Throughout the presentations, we will see two main approaches on leveraging the UNDP. Number one, as I've mentioned earlier, a lot of the colleagues here focus on advocating with governments for the inclusion of digital rights into the national action plans, because these are very important national documents. But also slightly different from our session in RightsCon, today, we are going to share a little bit more on the second main approach, which is advocating with the technology private sector by engaging technologists and technology providers. Essentially, the National Action Plan approach is more in line with the first pillar of the United Nations Guiding Principle. And then the second approach, which is directly engaging with the private sector itself, this, in line with the second pillar of the UNGP, which is the corporate responsibility to respect. Okay, so without further ado, I would like to invite our very first speaker from ADC, Eduardo. Are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Thank you, Mariam, for the presentation, and thanks everybody for being here with us. Well, my name is Eduardo Ferreira. I'm project officer at Association for Civil Rights, which is a civil society organization based in Buenos Aires, Argentina. The ADC is working from 1995 in the defense and promotion of human rights in not only in Argentina, but in Latin America. And while our organization covers different topics, different rights, a great part of our work is focused on digital rights. So for this reason, we are starting to look very carefully to the international business and human rights framework in general. And the United Nations Guiding Principles in particular constitute a cornerstone of our work on business and human rights. Guiding Principles are a key instrument because it can serve to make private companies comply with human rights and not only private companies but also state governments to push them to look closely at that issue and take measures to make companies comply with it. And as you may already know, guiding principles are based on three fundamental pillars: the duty of the state to protect human rights, the responsibility of private companies to respect human rights, and the obligation from both private companies and public sector to remedy any damage caused. That's why our work at IDC is aimed at promoting guiding principles in both public and private sector. On this very brief presentation, I would like to focus on Pillar 1, the state duty to protect human rights against abuses. And I will use the Argentine case and its relationship with national action plans on business and human rights, NAPs. In 2014, the United Nations Human Rights Council called all member states to develop their national action plans. In addition, the Organization of American States has encouraged the implementation of the United Nations Guiding Principle to all their member countries. And the G20 has also expressed its support for developing and updating NAPs. Now, and Argentina is a member state of the three mentioned organizations. Despite that, Argentina doesn't have any action plan, national action plan so far. But there was a process that it was started in 2017 because in 2017, Argentina implemented for the first time a national human rights plan. Within that framework, the country committed to present a NAP on business and human rights during set period. That process started, but unfortunately it was cut short because the then government lost the election, and so a new government took the office, and it's a feature of our country that there is no continuity between policies through the different governments. Now, so every time a new government took office, they just start over again. So that process was interrupted. But nowadays, we are starting to see a new initiative of the current government to start a new a national action plan on digital human rights. This is also a commitment that Argentina has made to the United Nations when my country was submitted their candidacy to the Human Rights Council. In fact, Argentina will share the United Nations Human Rights Council for the next year. So one of their commitments is to have an app in their country. Now, so like a couple of months ago, the government started this new process called different stakeholders, academia, civil society organizations, and IDC was attending the launching of the plan, and our goal is to try that the digital perspective be into that plan. I mean, digital rights and private company are not a wide topic in Argentina as could be in any other topics, such as environmental issues, which is usually the main topic when we talk in our country about human rights. Now, so that's a main challenge for us. First, the main challenge for us is to try to shed a light on how digital companies can affect human rights in the country, in different issues like surveillance, but also data protection and access to internet for the people who live in the country and so on. We know that there are several opportunities for us to advocate the inclusion of digital perspective. I mean, there is a growing concern in Argentina, especially with surveillance, for instance. Argentina has deployed several digital technologies to surveil people, especially facial recognition technologies. But these deployments are made usually without data protection assessment impact, without having an updated legal framework in the country, for instance. So, I mean, this is an opportunity for us to raise our concerns to the government and try to put this concern in the new guide, NAP. No? So, I mean, there's not much information about this initiative right now. So, but we hope to expect more information for the next year. So I think I'm running out of time. So I will stop here and then we can open the discussion for.
Yeah, Eduardo, Malaysia has a similar problem. Actually, at the beginning of the NAP process, there was no mention, like zero mention of digital rights into the plan of the National Action Plan. But after 2 years of advocating with the government, finally we have some progress. So yeah, definitely keep at it. But thank you so much, Eduardo. Next, we will go to Paradigm Initiative. Hello, Gabriel.
Hi, Miriam.
The floor
Thank
is
you very
yours.
much. Can you hear me, please?
Yes, yes.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone from Nigeria. My name is Gabriel Odusi, and I work with Paradigm Initiative. Paradigm Initiative is a social enterprise, and we are focused on improving livelihoods for people in underserved community across Africa. Right, so we do this through our digital inclusion programs and our digital rights activities. So focusing on the topic of consideration here, and I'm going to build on the foundation laid by Eduardo. So also Nigeria is also facing similar problem, but we've moved to another level regarding our engagement with the government. And like he mentioned that it is the duty of the state to protect human rights of the public, which is actually the pillar 1 of the United Nations Guiding Principles. So following on this, between 2012 and 2017, the government they developed the first draft. So this first draft did not have any mention of tech in the first draft, just like Miriam said regarding Malaysia. So same thing happened in Nigeria. So, but we had a space to, so we as an organization were following the proceedings of the activities in the preparation for the NAP for the country. So we saw a window in 2018 to engage the government because there was something called public hearing whereby you can give feedback. So through that public hearing, we gave our feedback and it gave us the opportunity to have more access to engage with the government. So in 2018, like I mentioned, we started that. So from there, we're able to work with other civil society organizations. So we had this steering committee called the National Business and Human Rights Roundtable Steering Committee. So at that steering committee, we have not just people from the tech society, tech civil society. We also have people from different sectors within the country. So at that roundtable, we began to work on the drafts, the second draft for the National Action Plan. And through that, we were able to include the clause. So I can say to you now that as at about 3 months ago, we received a draft copy of the new NAP, which is actually being presented to the government at the moment. So when I say the government, I mean the National Human Rights Commission for the country and the Vice President is at their table at the moment. So we are just waiting for them to give consideration to it, and that will become a public document for the document to see. But I just want to use this opportunity to say that it's important that the government begin to take this NAP as an important document because it gives the opportunity for them to actually moderate, which is actually their function, to protect human rights. So it gives them the opportunity to actually moderate effectively what tech communities are doing or what tech industries are doing and how they are relating with human rights within different space in the country. So it helps them to monitor, it helps them to also help the people to seek redress where possible. So it gives them the power to engage accurately. So I'm just going to say that they should make this process as swift as possible because, as we know, everything is moving towards tech, education, transportation, every aspect of life is moving towards tech. So, but again, it's just important that they mean it to it and it becomes a public document. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much, Gabriel. Happy to see that Nigeria is a lot further ahead than countries like Malaysia. Thank you so much for sharing your insights on that one. Next, we have Barbara. Barbara, still from the Internet Lab. The Internet Lab needs no introduction. They are digital rights advocacy based in Brazil. Barbara, are you there? Hello?
Yeah, I'm here.
Hi. The floor is yours. Go ahead.
Thank you, Marianne. Well, first of all, I'd like to thank Catherine and Marianne for the organization of the session. I'm really glad to be here speaking at the IGF. Barbara Simone, I'm head of research for privacy and surveillance at Internet Lab, which is a research center based in São Paulo, Brazil, that promotes academic debate and the production of knowledge in the areas of law and technology. I'm here to talk a little about a research that we've been developing since 2016 that's called Who Defends Your Data, and that aims to promote transparency and best practices in terms of privacy and data protection by companies providing internet connections in Brazil. With this research, we have the intention to create a race to the top, encouraging companies to compete in their privacy and data protection parameters. It's the Brazilian version of Who Has Your Back, promoted by the Electronic Frontier Foundation, EFF. And during a year, we engage with companies to evaluate their practices regarding privacy and data protection standards. So we design categories and evaluation parameters capable of measuring companies' public commitment to their users' privacy. So each company is evaluated according to 6 categories, to 6 parameters that take into account the requirements of current legislation in Brazil and also international best practices. So We have 6 categories. The first one is information on data protection policy, and we evaluate if the company provide clear and complete information about its data protection practices. In the second category, we evaluate law enforcement guidelines. If the company undertake to follow the interpretation of the most protective law on the right to privacy when personal data are requested by law enforcement agents. In the third category, we evaluate if the company challenged administrative or judicial abusive requests for data or the legislation that it considers violating users' privacy. In the fourth category, we evaluate the public positioning of the company in favor of privacy. So if the company position itself in public hearings or in newspapers, strengthening the culture of protection of this right in Brazil. In the fifth category, we evaluate if the company published transparency reports with basic information on data requests by public authorities, and if the company prepare and publish data protection impact assessments. And in the sixth category, we evaluate if the company notify users when it receives data requests. So if the company is doing well, we grant them a star, as you can see in the slide here, or at least a part of a star if it is in a good way, in a good path forward. And in our evaluation, we have an engagement phase with these companies. During a year, we collect data based on their contracts, web pages, sustainability reports, and other documents that might be useful for us. And then we send to them a previous analysis so they can make observations, send us further documents that we might have missed, and maybe have a chance to change their practices before the report is launched. So I put these images comparing our first version of Who Defends Our Data to our last version of Who Defends Our Data that was launched this year, and that showed the evolution of the project throughout these years. So in 2016, we didn't have a data protection law yet in Brazil, and no company achieved a full star in categories that measured access to information, public positioning in favor of privacy, publication of transparency reports, or user notification. So it was really the worst year that we had in the research since its beginning. It was the first year. Things changed throughout these years. So in 2017, we noticed that companies began to publish transparency reports with government requests to access users' data. And in 2020, after the Brazilian data protection law came into force, we had the biggest advance in the category of access to information. So companies began to adopt privacy web pages, detailing its data protection practices, and also punctuated better in categories of users' defense in the judiciary and public positioning in favor of privacy. This last year, in 2021, we noticed a major advance in the category that evaluates law enforcement guidelines. Companies began to publish specific protocols with rules for data transfers for public authorities and law enforcement agents. But there are, however, some practices that still have some resistance to being adopted, especially practices that are not mandatory by law and that consist in best practices. So companies still do not notify users in cases of data access requests, which is not mandatory by law in Brazil, and don't publish yet data protection impact assessments, which is also not mandatory by law in Brazil. But they are really resistant to adopt these practices in terms of best ways to defend users' data. So in conclusion, I would just like to say that we think that this project is a good example of how this engagement process with the private sector can bear good results throughout the years. It's a long way, it's a long-term process, encouraging companies to change their practices. And well, in this case, we only evaluate parameters related to privacy, but I believe this engagement can also be fruitful in other areas that involve respect for human rights and corporate responsibility, leveraging then the UNGP principles. So I think that's it. Thank you so much. And
Thank you, Barbara. Actually, I should have mentioned earlier that Eduardo's presentation and Gabrielle's presentation were examples of the first approach that we mentioned earlier, which is the approach to advocate with the government. And Barbara's presentation with Internet Lab is the first of the two examples of the second approach of the advocacy with the private sector. So yeah, I should have mentioned that a little bit earlier so that it's easier for the audience to follow. So we have two examples for the first approach, and now we have two examples for the second approach. And Barbara just gave us an excellent presentation on how Internet Lab engages tech companies for advocating the UNGP framework in Brazil. So thank you so much. I have some questions, but let's move to Indonesia first. Alia, hi, are you there? Hello?
Yes, I'm here.
Hello, hi. Yep, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you so much, Mariam. Hi, everyone. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to everyone, depending where you are now. Thank you for being here today. Really honored to be here as well at the IGF. My name is Alia Yofira. I'm a researcher at the Institute for Policy Research and Advocacy. We are a human rights organization based in Jakarta, Indonesia. I'll just jump into the presentations because I know that we have a very limited time. So today we'll be sharing a little bit more on ways Elsam has been engaging with tech companies in Indonesia to address digital rights issues as part of our bigger policy advocacy work, which also involves governments, relevant ministries, and House of Representatives in Indonesia. So the first point is that in Indonesia, data exploitations and privacy violations conducted by fintech companies, particularly peer-to-peer lending companies, is a huge problem here. For those who aren't really familiar with what is peer-to-peer lendings, or known as pinjol in bahasa Indonesia, pinjaman online, provides an online loans, usually with a very high interest that are more easily accessible than conventional credit for those without reliable income or assets, and women and LGBTQI communities making up a significant portions of their users and clients. So the process is relatively simple. We need to submit a photo of us holding our ID card for their eKYC purposes. We apply for the loan, and then the money will be transferred to our bank account, and then we need to pay it back normally with a very high interest, which also a problem here in Indonesia. And because of this conveniency and fast process, most people turn to peer-to-peer lendings, even though with the high interest that comes with it, especially in today's situations during the pandemic COVID-19, where people are losing their job because of the layoff, or for transgender communities because of the lack of access to formal jobs, and businesses are struggling because of the COVID-19 restrictions. And so online loan applications become a solutions to meet their daily needs. And there are even reports that found illegal fintech applications are building their user bases based on the personal data obtained from the data sold in dark web as a result from the data breach. And this is why it's not surprising that even though we are not using the application directly, we are also suffering from a risk of being a subject or victims of identity theft cases in Indonesia, and risking our data being shared by these applications to third party. And this is I'm citing a report from the Jakarta Legal Aid, which has been handling cases of peer-to-peer lending application victims in Indonesia. That the majority of the victims are women and gender minorities, and they face online gender-based violence, such as online harassment, and outing for the transgender communities. In some instances, debt collectors have attempted to threaten and coerce the victims by leveraging access to legal names, ID pictures, and individual debt status with public humiliation tactics. So me personally, for example, I've been invited to WhatsApp group where a debt collector is sharing my neighbor ID picture who happened to use the online loan. And the debt collector is publicly shaming and harassing her in the group. And this is happening because the app normally access permissions to phone contacts of the users for credit scoring purposes initially. But then they use it and share it for another purposes beyond and outside the user's consent, and even harassing their contacts too individually. So there is also another instances where the app, which has access to the user's phone gallery, downloaded the personal pictures of the users in the gallery and share it with the user's consent. In order to further humiliate the users because of this personal pictures of their users. And as a result, some people even lost their job because their bosses are being harassed by the debt collectors. Some cannot cope with the stress of being subjected to public humiliations, and even this application are driving people to commit suicide even. So, and there are a lot of lived reality, which is very grave. And this problem actually stems from the fact that Indonesia, one of the major contributors is that because Indonesia does not have a comprehensive data protection act. So we currently have more or less 48 sectoral laws that regulates about data protection principles, and also several laws in financial sector which primarily focus on consumer protection rights, face also various challenges because these laws are really providing users with easily accessible rights to access, right to remedy when their rights are being violated. And this is actually closely related to the third pillar of the UNGPs that is providing access to remedy effective and easily accessible. Because without these comprehensive regulations, people are left with litigations through civil court procedure, for example. And it's also the case in Indonesia, where the victims of the pinjol applications have been launched a citizen lawsuit in order to address harms caused by these applications. But again, leaving the honest to users and data subject to be really proactive and introduce evidence before the court without enough technical capabilities is a very taxing work. And this is why the role of regulations and governments, and this is closely related to the first pillar, which is the state's duty to protect, is also very much important and needed. However, in the meantime, ELSAM has been advocating about these issues, and given the gravity of the situations, there is a public pressure for these fintech companies or the association, because they have an association called Indonesian Fintech Associations, or AFTEC, to develop some sort of code of conduct to prevent this type of abuses. And ELSAM has been assisting the AFTEC associations in formulating and developing the code of ethics, especially on the implementing privacy by design and by default, putting limitations on data sharing with third party, and in this case, debt collectors, and other ways to put the data protection principles into practice. And it's just launched several months ago. So I'm sure as the nature of this code of ethics is merely a guidance, sectoral guidance, the implementations will be equally, if not more challenging than developing the code itself. So coming back again to the first pillar, duty to protect, I think government's role is still very much fundamental and important here to establish a coherent and robust data protection framework with its monitoring mechanism in place. I think that's all from me, Mariam. Thank you very much again, and looking forward to our discussions today. Over back to you.
Thank you so much, Alia. I can see the difference between Brazil's approach and Indonesia's approach with regards to engaging the private sector. Brazil uses the corporate governance route, while Indonesia is tackling the private sector by issue. In this case, with the online debt, online
lending application.
All right, online lending. Yeah, very, very interesting. We have so many creative and diverse approaches here. Let's go next to the Bloggers Association of Kenya. Thank you, Alia, again. Wamatai, are you here? Hello?
Yes, I'm here, but it's Kennedy.
Oh,
not
Kennedy.
Sorry.
I'm sorry. Okay. Yes,
No,
Kennedy from the Bloggers Association of Kenya. Yeah, the floor is yours.
Yeah, sorry, Miriam. Of course, initially it was Wamadai was meant to. I think that's why, but it's okay. Thank you very much, Miriam. Yes. So I'm just going to my presentation draw a lesson between the two approaches that Miriam had mentioned, the national action advocacy and the tech sector engagement. So I'm just going to give you more on what we learned through these two approaches. So first, Kenya committed to developing a national action plan that reflects the issues of priority to business and human rights in the country in 2016. Then it took up to 2019 for the country to publish the final national action plan document, which by then now was awaiting the approval by the cabinet and the adoption by parliament. And again, from 2019, it took another 2 years up to this year, April, for the cabinet to approve that document. And then now it's still waiting for the adoption by the parliament. Obviously, we have moved, there's a good progress there. But my point here is when you are doing the advocacy, which mostly is time-based, the first lesson we have learned there is to have a longer term, you have to look at it in more longer term than just saying, okay, we are going to do the advocacy for 2 or 1 year or 2 years or 3 years. Because the government bureaucracy is, you can't predict it, but obviously things move a bit slow. So I think when you are designing a program, a advocacy program, the most important thing is to have probably, divide it into more short term, maybe mid term, and then longer term version of it, depending on how things will go with that. Then the other thing that we have really come across and realized that work well is the public awareness campaigns. For us, we have used social media and the digital space to talk much about the NAP, the National Action Plan, and this has moved a needle. Whenever we do this, we see changes, either the tech sector side or even the government side. We see people committing more to either developing the NAP or moving the process of the NAP, or starting to accept that if you're running a big business within the country, you need to respect the human rights in that point. And then I'll move to talking about tech sector specific. And one of the things that we have learned through the process is that the language matters. In Kenya, for example, when you use the word human rights, most tech SMEs, they feel like it's a confrontational issues. It's like you are having a confrontation with the government. Most of them, some of them, I would say, not all, but some of them shy away from that. They just want to do their businesses. They just want to run their startups and not be in confrontation with the government. And whenever you say business human rights, sometimes it's the human rights part that comes up first, and then this one is left to this civil society and not the tech sector. So it's that we had to take a lot of, educating the tech SMEs and even some big companies on what this exactly means, them respecting the human rights, not issue of advocating for that, but them expecting it, respecting and, putting into place, processes that respect people who work for them, the customers, and all that people that involve that. So in that case, obviously, we have done a lot of training and mentorship for the SMEs because we realize that it's sometimes not the understanding of what the process is about. And of course, sometimes those issues that are human rights related are ignored by them. Not in from our perspective, it's not that they do it intentionally, but sometimes we just concentrate what they are doing and not realizing that, some of the work they are doing are actually infringing the human rights of so many people, especially either customers or the public in general, or the people they are doing, they're working with. So you find people like, you find a startup, developing a system that collects data from the public, and they don't take into account the privacy of this data and whether people are consented when they use that data in any way. To them, it's just innovation. That is the talk. We have to innovate. We have to disrupt the space. We have to do that. So we find that talk of disrupting and innovation, but in the process, the human rights is never a core in their design. It's never, in front when they're starting or when they're designing their system. Sometimes you get a system that, the disabled members of the community cannot use, but to them it is, we are innovating. So that to us, doing the mentorship has changed a lot, and a lot of training has changed that, and that has made us to move forward. I needed to have started by introducing BEC. BEC is a Blog Association of Kenya, which, of course, what we do is to represent the interest of content creators in Kenya, as well as look at the digital rights of the public. So our main work, especially on this, is looking at the digital rights of the of Kenyans and in Africa in general. And we have done a lot of these, some of this program to move forward with that. Thank you, Miriam.
Thank you so much, Kennedy. Apologies again for the mistake earlier. Great summary. Actually, there is a member of the audience here who would like to speak. Amir, you have requested to. Hi.
Hello, can you hear me well?
Yeah, could you introduce yourself and
yes, of course. Hello to everyone and hello to distinguished panelists. I'm Amir Mukabiri from Iranian academic community. I would like to share another issue regarding human rights and internet. I would like to thank you for convening this timely session. I would like to raise a vital issue regarding human rights in digital space. I would like to talk about UCM in cyber world. Unilateral coercive measure in cyber world, and I think this is highly related to topic of your valuable session. As you all know, more than 3 countries are not suffering from this issue, from the issue of and negative effect of unilateral digital sanctions in digital space. As you know all, the negative effect of unilateral digital sanctions on some nations could have become intensive and more destructive, especially during COVID-19 pandemic and other emergencies. These digital sanctions are on many areas, like on investment in ICT infrastructures, digital services, licenses, digital resources like IPs and DNS system and access to network are key barrier and obstacle in achieving national development goals using ICTs. I believe these digital restrictive measures constitute human rights violation in cyberspace, especially violation of right to development, right of people to education, right to businesses, and so on. Some of our universities in Iran have problem to access to some scientific database, and some Iranian digital businesses and application of some Iranian entrepreneurs have been removed from digital stores like from Google Play and Apple Store with pretext of sanctions of their respective governments. Okay. My suggestion is non-discriminatory in access to ICTs and cyber capacity building for all nations should be a new norm for having inclusive internet. I would like to request my colleagues and dear panelists and dear audience that this common concern will be reflected in final outcome of this session and final outcome of IGF 2021 in Poland. And also I would like to request my colleagues that reflect in their works of United Nations guiding principle on business and human rights this concern. My question is that what would be the role and contribution of UN family and IGF Plus community to address this vital issue? Many thanks for the opportunity to share our views with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Amir. I think you raised a very, very interesting point. I mean, looking at the technology users as digital citizens, not necessarily from a nationalist perspective. But I mean, if you are a digital entity, you don't actually have a national identity per se, and you can kind of somewhat, travel all over the world. And then, when you are restricted in the case of sanctions, then what do you do? Did I get you correct, Amir? Okay, never mind. Amir, I think I'm not sure. I would actually open up the opportunity maybe to my colleagues here who may want to answer or may want to comment on Amir's point. Otherwise, Amir, maybe you could share with us your contact details so that anyone who is interested in this can reach out to you.
Thank you very much, because this issue could be the issue of many parties and many countries. For example, more than 3 countries now is suffering from this issue. And at the global level, we should think about this issue. Thank you very much.
Yeah. So, I mean, if you can't, I'm sorry if you can't get the answer here from this session in particular, because we are here pretty much focused on the UNGP for business and human rights. But if there's anyone interested to talk to Amir further on this particular thing that he's raised up, maybe Amir, you can share your contact details and you guys can take it from there. Do we have
Thank you for your kind consideration. Thank you very much.
You're very welcome, Amir, and thank you for participating. And we actually have 6 more minutes. 6 minutes left to this session, so we do still have time for a couple more questions. As I said earlier, I did have some questions for Barbara and actually one for Alia, but I would like to give the opportunity for the audience to interact with the speakers. Do we have anyone on Q&A? No? Okay. Actually, Barbara, my question to you on your presentation about the engagement with the national ISPs. Oh, sorry, I've just been informed that we actually have 10 minutes. Okay, great. Yeah, so I'll start first, Barbara. Actually, when you say there was resistance from the ISPs, actually, I'm curious, what did they actually say when they resist? So So how did they say that they're probably reluctant to adopt the UNGPs into their business practices?
Can I respond? All right. Okay. They say to us mostly that these are not mandatory practices by law in Brazil, especially those that aren't mandatory in our data protection law and other laws that tackle data protection issues. And they resist, saying it's secondly difficult for them to adapt for these changes, to publish full transparency reports, data protection impact assessments, and to notify users in cases of data requests by law enforcement agents. So they claim mainly these two arguments, that these are not things that are mandatory by law, and technical difficulties to adopt.
Yeah. Okay. Pretty much expected, I guess, from businesses and companies. The law thing is pretty easy. Actually, the technical answer is very easy to say. You can create anything essentially, so why not create more code, right? But anyway, thank you so much, Baba, for answering the question. I have one question for Alia, actually, because the presentation by Alia was on this particular issue of private lending becoming a problem and creating social problems in Indonesia. My question is that, is there any other, what are the other issues that are also raised in Indonesia with regards to the practices, like the business practices of tech companies in Indonesia in particular? Apart from the pinjol, apart from the private lending.
There are many actually, but maybe one major instances is the internet shutdowns. I think this is closely related with Amir points that was raised earlier about how digital inequality in access to digital online spaces has been really severely affecting people during this pandemic, COVID-19. And Indonesia, I think, is one of the, in Southeast Asia region, I think, is implementing internet shutdowns during politically sensitive time in Indonesia, particularly during demonstrations in certain regions. For example, in Papua, that has been struggling for their self-determination rights from Indonesia. And we've seen that there is also a separate lawsuit challenging the governments on the internet shutdowns on that area. And where is the tech companies' role in this whole scenario is because the internet shutdown is imposed by the internet service provider. So this ISPs is very much involved in this violations to freedom of expressions, particularly rights to access information in online spaces during these very critical times, because we know that people are turning to social media to seek for information around how to self-isolation, for example, how to access hospitals that still has rooms for people that have COVID, as well as to access telemedicine services, for example, because in Indonesia, I think during the early 2021, we've seen our health system is nearly collapsing because of COVID, and telemedicine services has been a life-saving services that has been really useful for people. And some people, unfortunately, aren't really accessing that because the governments are not giving them internet access. And this is also major problems in Indonesia, and ISP is involved in this particular instance of violations of digital rights. I think that's from me, Mariam. I hope that answers. Apart from that, we have a lot of problems about content moderations and criminalizations over legitimate expressions, but I'll stop here and give back the floor to you.
Yeah, I feel like the examples that you just mentioned are definitely the more traditional, like not traditional, like those are the ones that we've heard of like a lot. This pinjol thing or this online lending problem probably is more under researched than the others. But one thing is very clear is that all these social problems, they have already existed. Like these are problems that have always been there. And what the digital transformation, so to speak, does is that they amplify these problems even more. And we saw that, with the COVID and then everyone having to switch to the online world. And then we start seeing all the like literally it's like all these social problems that we've been ignoring for so many years, they just get amplified and then just into our faces. So thank you. I'm pretty sure other countries also experience similar problems. I would like to open the floor once again before we close this room in 3 minutes to anyone who may have some comments or feedback, or any of my colleagues here who would like to chime in and add a little bit more. Eduardo, maybe since you were the first, you may have something to add.
No, yes. I mean, considering particularly the situation in Argentina, I mean, one thing that concerns me the most here is that many of the companies operating in my country doesn't have their headquarters in my country, and they don't have even a branch here. So for instance, most of the surveillance technologies that is applied in Argentina is manufactured and sold by private company outside the country. So that's a problem for us, because maybe you could have a national action plan, but if companies are not present here, I mean, it's very difficult to enforce that. So I mean, while it's important to have a national action plan, I mean, it's important also to work jointly, the state, the civil society organization at the international level. So I think this is a global effort, not only a national one.
Yeah, I mean, as for Malaysians, we have always been so jealous of Indonesia because all the big tech companies are headquartered in Jakarta. And I'm like, why do they not come here? I'm like, great point, excellent point, Eduardo. We have only 2 minutes left, so maybe I would like to just go around the panel before I go into summary and start closing the session. Eduardo, you've spoken. Gabriel, anything to add before we close?
Okay, just to add to what Eduardo said regarding having tech companies who are not residents in your country producing tools to use. I think again, what the National Action Plan actually gives power to the government to protect the people. I think in producing national action plans for different countries, there should be consideration for countries to be specific in terms of when applications are being used in your countries, how is this data being used? You need to keep an eye on it, because that's the only way you can actually protect the rights of the people that you govern in your country. So it's like, just to say to that yes, we can have national action plan for the country, but again, it should give power to the not power in code, like power, not abusive power, but again, power to actually protect the people from them being abused by companies who are not residents in your country. If you have a company residents in your country, you can easily go after them. But if they are foreign companies and you don't have access to them, it could be a very big issue. So that's why the country also needs to actually keep their feet when engaging with these companies before coming into your country. Think ahead and ask yourself that, okay, let us think 30 years to come. What can actually change, and how can we engage with these people to ensure that we have rights respecting rules that we are creating for our citizens? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Gabriel. Let's go to Kennedy.
Yes, thank you very much again, Mariam. Yes, I just wanted to add that one of the things that helped Kenya move forward a little bit is the the enactment of Data Protection Act. And with that, some of the issues of the companies which are not operating in the country or operating in the country and they don't have their headquarters, the law has sort of brought in them to regulate some of the things they're doing within the country. So when the country came up with the Data Protection Act and made it a law, that has really improved a lot of things for the human rights, especially protection of the private data and the privacy of individuals. It was mostly based on the Europe model. So yeah, but it really has helped that, though we still don't have the final version of the NAP, the National Action Plan. The Data Protection Act has really helped, especially in the tech sector. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kennedy. Unfortunately, we have run out of time. I don't know if Catherine, would you like to add something last minute? No? Yes? Okay. Okay, got it. All right. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you for joining us in this session. And thank you to the speakers as well as the audience and the audience who have interacted and engaged and listened to us. In the chat, there is a link for you to contact all the speakers who have been on this panel today. On behalf of my colleagues, we wish you a very happy holidays and Merry Christmas, and may the next year be a lot better than the last 2 years. So thank you so much, everyone. See you again. And yes, happy Human Rights Day.